Tripod is dying. I have to get another leg. It's already tilted.
It's already tilted? Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
They have one facing this way, one, or both of them are like this. They have double.
Well, one of them is a recorder, one of them is a broadcast. Second song. It's back with the hand.
I think that's a ginter. I can't say. I can't see. Thank a couple sponsors and then it's all yours. I'll be brief.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm sure. This is the microphone.
The more you know, this is the microphone. The more you talk, this I have
to do. Good Yom Tov, good Yom Tov. Thank you to Community North Miami Beach, Beis Menachem, Magen David, Shiva Torah Or, for the Achdus Fabrengen. So wonderful to be here together, as the Rebbe writes in the famous Yom that we commemorate this Chag Geula by coming together, Farbrengen, speaking about Avas Yisrael, fixed times for Emunah Torah, and really this special event, the miracle which happened that the Frierdiker Rebbe came out. If you imagine what the world jury would be without this nest. We want to thank our sponsors tonight, the Beis Menachem community, and Magen David for hosting us, Rabbi Kagan, Simon family, the Nodell family, and a few others, which, sorry if I forgot you, but everybody coming, we really appreciate the shtafus of making this happen. We have with us, thank you. So without any further ado, we have with us the director of InsideChasidus.org, whose shirim reached tens of thousands of people daily, and Mashpia in Crown Heights, many institutions, by personal Mashpia in Chogay Torah as a Bocher. So it's a great privilege to have with us Rabbi Yossi Paltiel. Thank you, Rabbi Yossi Paltiel.
Now mamish. So of course, tonight is the base Tamuz. The base Tamuz, first of all, is the birthday of the Frierdiker Rebbe, of the previous Rebbe. He was born in the year Tov Reish Mem, 1880, which means that there's still people who say the Friedrich Rebbe's Kapitel. This today, tomorrow, they're going to start saying Kuf Mem Hey. They're going to start saying Ashrei. They're going to Tehillah David. There are people who said the Friedrich Rebbe's Kapitel. And like Cheshbon, he's 144 years old. So you start saying Psalm 145, Tehillah David, which is the first of the Hilulim. The last 6 Kapitel of Tilim are all Hilul. They're praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The story is about the previous Rebbe's birth. The story is not so well known. That the previous Rebbe's mother, her name was the Rebbe's Ishten Nesora, and the previous Rebbe's father was the Rebbe Rashab. They got married in the summer of Tofresh Lamed Dalet. That means 1874. The Rebbe was born 6 years later. Tofresh Lamed Hey, 1875. The Rebbe was born 5 years later in Tofresh Mem, 1880. And the Rebbe's mother said, she told people privately that she lost many pregnancies. The Rebbe was not a bchor. In other words, they didn't do a pidyon aben when the previous Rebbe was born because his mother lost many pregnancies. And it was very, very hard for her because she was the daughter of a Rebbe. Her father was a Rebbe. Her father was the Yosef Yitzchak. The previous Rebbe is named after his maternal grandfather, the Rebbe Marash. And the Mechutim were brothers. The Rebbe Rashab and his wife were first cousins. The Friedrich Rebbe's parents were first cousins. Their fathers were brothers. The Rebbe Marash was the Rebbe in Lubavitch. And the previous Rebbe's mother's father, his name was Rabbi Yossi Paltiel. He was Tzemach Tzedek's son. Was a Rebbe in Avruch. Avruch is someplace in the Ukraine. He was a son of the Tzemach Tzedek, but his hanhaga was that of the Admoirei Poilim. He came to Avruch, which is in the Ukraine, where all the Hasidim had a different style of Hasidus than Chabad, than Russia. And he adopted the customs of his father-in-law, of Rabbi Yankiv Sol Cherkasser. It was the son of the Matla Chernobyl, it was the son of the Nachum Chernobyl. So she grew up in a very holy home. But when they got married, one of the things that was negotiated was, it was very complicated, their marriage was complicated, was that the Rebbe Rashab would live in Lubavitch. And B'chalal, in those days, people got married very young. The Rebbe Rashab was 14 when he got married. And his wife was, let's say, a year older. Yes, how old was she? She was 15. But the tradition was that you lived in the girl's house. You didn't get an apartment, you got a room in your parents' home. And the first few children were raised not by the mother but by the grandmother until the mother grew up. They got married very young. But the Seder was when a bachar and a maidel got married, they moved into her home because she needs the family more. But when the Rebbe Rashab married the Rebbe Ishten Nesora, the Rebbe Rashab said, I cannot be without my father. I must have my father, the Rebbe Rashab. So she had to move to Lubavitch. And she was away from her family. It was very difficult for her. One of the stories that brought was that in the house of the Schneersons, everybody was very tall, very tall. And she was very small. She was petite. So she was very self-conscious about the fact that everybody around her was so tall, she was so little. Her father-in-law, the Rebbe Marash, once saw her, and he saw that she was feeling bad about the fact that she's so little. So he said to her, Kleine Beimer geben gute Frucht. The short trees have the sweetest fruit. The Kleine Beimer, don't feel bad. Kleine Beimer geben gute Frucht. The small trees have the sweetest fruit. So she kept on losing her pregnancies. It was very upsetting. So here she was away from her family, married to a tzaddik. Now being married to a tzaddik is not so much fun. Because tzaddikim are very busy, you know. They have more than one relationship. They're married to the Eibishter, they're married to the Torah, they're married to their Rebbe, they're married to other Jews. The Rebbe Shmasein was a wonderful husband, but he didn't exactly take her on vacations, you understand. So here she was away from her family. The Rebbe Rashab was busy day and night in Torah V'Avodah. And she was very lonely. So this is a story she told. The Rebbe Shlomo told the story. This story is not so well known, so it's a good way to start this Fabrengen. That it was Simchas Teda Tafresh Mem, Simchas Teda of the year 1879 to 1880. She did not know it yet, but she was actually already pregnant. But she didn't know it. She had lost several pregnancies. And she went to shul. Simchas Teda, everyone went to shul. She comes to shul, and in Simchas Teda, they sort of take away the mechitza a little bit. For the dancing, the separation between the men and the women, they don't mix chas v'shalom, but they move away the mechitza. And she's in shul, and everybody is there, all of her friends, with their children. And she's alone. Zot nish ka kinder. And it's very hard for her. So during the hakofes, she started to cry. She felt so hurt by the fact that she didn't have any children and she's away from her family. So she started to cry. But she didn't want to cry in shul, so she put her head down. And she fell asleep. And as she's sitting in shul Simchas Teda, and she falls asleep, she has a dream. And she sees a number of men whom she didn't recognize her. And they told her, sie soll geben 24 Rubel zu tzedakah for the eigene Geld. She should give 24 rubles to tzedakah. I don't know how much money it was, but it was a substantial money. From her own money to tzedakah. And then she'll have a good son. She'll have a good son. She wakes up from this dream, like it says in Pachas, it was a real dream. Later in the afternoon, her husband, the Rebbe Rashab, came home from shul. He was not yet the Rebbe. His father, the Rebbe Marash, was still the Rebbe the Nasi. The Rebbe Rashab was all of 18 at this point, almost 19. And it was Simchas Teda. So when he came home, he didn't walk into the house. And he came to the house with a somersault. That's how he walked into the house. In a very, very uplifted mood. It was Simchas Teda. And he gets up from his curl and he looks at his wife. And she looks very kippedik. She's very earnest. She doesn't look like it's Simchas Teda. So he says to her, today is Simchas Teda. You look so serious. So she tells her husband, I had a dream. And she tells him the whole story. That she was in shul and she started to cry and she put her head down and she fell asleep. So right away they went to the Shved, to the Rebbe Marash. The Rebbe Marash knew who she saw in the dream. The Rebbe Marash knew, she described to the Rebbe Marash the people she saw, and he knew who they were, but she had no money. So she had a fur. When she got married, she got a fur, a fur. So she pawned it. She got her 24 ruble, and she gave it to tzedakah. And she would say, the Rebbe Shlomo would say, "Un yenim yoris geboren." That year he was born. He meaning the Frierdiker Rebbe. The previous Rebbe. The previous Rebbe was a ben Yochid. He was an only child. There was no brothers and there was no sisters. Mm-hmm. But that's the story she would tell. Yenim yoris geboren, the Frierdiker Rebbe. Just one more story about the previous Rebbe's childhood. That there was a chassid. There was a chassid by the name of Reb David Shifrin. Reb David Shifrin lived in America. He was a chassid from the Rebbe Marash, from the fourth Lubavitcher Rebbe. He passed away in 1943. He passed away 81 years ago in New York. And he's buried in the old Chabad cemetery. We all know about the cemetery in Queens. But there's also a Chabad cemetery. Agudas Chassidic Chabad has a cemetery on Staten Island. And he's buried in that cemetery, Reb David Shifrin. So when the Frierdiker, the previous Rebbe, came to America, he was an old chassid. He was a chassid from the Rebbe Marash yet. So the young Chevra used to hang around him. He was an old chassid who had lived his life and had seen three Rabbeim, the Rebbe Marash, the Rebbe Rashab, and the Rebbe Rayatz, maybe even the Tzemach Tzedek. So he said that when he was a young man, he came to Lubavitch. And what were they saying in Lubavitch? The Rebbe hat an einziger Sohn und is a Stiffer. You understand Yiddish? The Rebbe has one son and he's a troublemaker. He's a Stiffer. The story that he heard in Lubavitch 120 years or whatever it is now, it's 140 years ago, was that the previous Rebbe took tabak snuff, and he put it up the nose of a goat. And the goat was sneezing, and he got a laugh out of it. So when he said when he was a young man and he came to Lubavitch, he would say, it's a terrible rachmanis on the Rebbe. It's terrible for the Rebbe. It's a rachmanis on the Rebbe. I say rachmanis in English. It's a pity on the Rebbe. He has only one son, and he's a troublemaker. And then the David Shifrin said, this is a story he told him. I heard this from Yisrael Gordon. He says, "Und ist gewachsen, und ist geworden a Rebbe, und noch wie a Rebbe," which means in English, and he grew up and he became a Rebbe, not just a Rebbe, a Rebbe. In other words, the Fidik Rebbe as a little kid made a little trouble, but he was the previous Rebbe. So your base Tamuz starts, it's the Yom Ledes, it's the birthday of the Rebbe Rayatz, the Fidik Rebbe. The second story is that it's known by the Chassidim. We know it from the Hayom, but it's known by the Chassidim that the Rabbeim always celebrated their birthdays. The Rabbeim always celebrated their birthdays. Now there's a whole mitzvah to make a birthday. But not so long ago, people did not celebrate birthdays. It was not considered a Chassidish thing to make a birthday. But as far back as the Baal Shem Tov, the Rabbeim made a celebration, made an event, made a Fabrengen, made an inyan on their birthdays. So the previous Rebbe said that his father, the Rebbe Rashab, his name was Emshol Deiber, and his birthday is Chof Mar Cheshvan, always would say Chassidus, he would always say Chassidus on his birthday. If it was Shabbos, he said Chassidus in public. If it was during the week, he would call me, the priest, into a room privately, and he would say Chassidus to me in private. Nobody knew about it. Because at that time, it was not yet a minhag by Chassidim, it was not known amongst Chassidim that you commemorate the birthday. The Rabbeim did it in secret. In the year Tafresh Pei, that means in 1919, 1920, the Rebbe Rashab celebrated his 59th birthday, and he passed away a few months after. And he said Chassidus to his son, to the previous Rebbe privately. I don't think it was Shabbos, but I could be wrong. And after he finished saying the Chassidus, he said to his son, the previous Rebbe, that I'm giving you a bracha, that you should say Chassidus on your Yom Huledes, that you should say Chassidus on your birthday. Now the previous Rebbe understood what his father was telling him, so he immediately interjected. He said to his father, "Bitnaya zol zayin bechesed uberachamim." In other words, I'm agreeing that I'm going to say Chassidus on my birthday, but I'm making a condition. And the condition is it should be bechesed, it should be with kindness and with mercy. And the meaning of these words is those who do not know. What the previous Rebbe said to his father, when his father told him in a veiled way that he's going to be a Rebbe and say Chassidus, he said, so our Rebbe repeated this story, Yud Shra Tovshin Yud Aleph, by the first Fabrengen of the Rebbe, when he accepted the Nesius, he said the same expression. The meaning of these words, at the previous Rebbe said to his father, I'll be a Rebbe, but I'm only going to see good in Chassidim. I'm not going to see the bad. And when the Rebbe became a Rebbe in Tovshin Yudal, he repeated the first Fabrengen. You can see it. It's Muga. Near the end of the Fabrengen, the Rebbe said, "The Rebbe de Shver, the previous Rebbe made a condition with his father that the Nesius, that he's agreeing to be a Rebbe on the condition that he's only going to see good in Chassidim. So in Tafresh Pei, in 1919, 1920, the Rebbe Rashab, the fifth Lubavitcher Rebbe, told his son, he gave him a bracha, that he should be able to say Chassidus on his Yom Huledes, on his birthday. And he told his father that the condition is that it should be only with kindness and with mercy. And the Yom finishes, Hatas Gedoyet 7 Yor. It took 7 years. Because 7 years after the previous Rebbe became a Rebbe, he was released from prison on this day, on his Yom Huledes, on his birthday, Yud Beis Tamuz. And from then on, the Rebbe obviously said Chassidus on his birthday in public. Officially, it wasn't because of his birthday, it was because of the Chag HaGeula. But the fact was that the previous Rebbe said Chassidus after 7 years, every year on his birthday. So we make it's a big Yom Tov. It's a Yom Tif that the previous Rebbe announced, and that every year we celebrate. The lashon that you have from the kids, Arizal, Yomim, Ohel, Niskorim, Benasim. Right, it says, there's two expressions in Chassidus. One is from the Baal Shem Tov, and one is from the Arizal. The Baal Shem Tov's expression is as follows. It says in the Halach, it says in Gemara, it says in Mishnah even, HaKoirei es ha-Megillah lemafreya lo yotza. If you read the Megillah Esther backwards, you're not yours. You have to read it in order. It's okay to interrupt in the middle of the Megillah, but you have to read it in order. From the first Pedic to the last Pedic. So the Baal Shem Tov had yetainshed. HaKoirei es ha-Megillah. If you read the Megillah Esther, but it's lemafreya, like a story that happened a long time ago, lo yotza, that's not reading the Megillah. You have to read the Megillah like it's happening now. And from the Arizal, there's even a stronger expression that says in the Megillah Esther, Hayomim ha'elin niskorim v'nasim. These days we remember them and they happen. So it's explained that when you have a Yom Tov, a Moyed, a Yom Tov, a celebration of an event that happened a long time ago, and you yoytze the Yom Tov by not saying Tachnun and by sleeping, then the Yom Tov comes and the Yom Tov goes. But if a Yom Niskorim, a Yom Tov comes, and you remember it, and you study what it means, and you re-experience the events, so v'nasim, so for you, the Yom Tov happens a second time. That's how the Arizal teaches. And it's brought in Sichas. Hayom ha'elin niskorim, when you have a day like in Beis Tamuz, and we don't just mention the day, but we talk about the meaning of the day and the relevance of the day, and the idea that it's not lemafreya, but that Beis Tamuz is connected to us, so then all the spiritual energies that are associated with this day, nasim, happen again for us. And this is why we have Chassidus Fabrengen in Beis Tamuz, and we tell the story, and we have Chassidus Fabrengen. But as everybody knows and everybody understands, anytime you have Chassidus Fabrengen, and you tell stories that happened a long time ago, what was. What's important is what's now and what's tomorrow. So we tell stories about things that happened a long time ago, not because a long time ago things were good. We tell stories about things that happened a long time ago because those stories are our life. And those events are our hisoyros, they're our awakening, they're our nasinas koyach, they give us the strength to do what we need to do. In other words, when you Farbrengen, and you talk about the Rebbe, you're not really talking about the Rebbe. You're talking about us. The Rebbe is okay, the Rebbe is beseder, the Rebbe is good. We have to be good. And our being good depends on our relationship with the Rebbe. And this is the significance of Chassidus Farbrengen. So l'chaim, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming. If you don't mind, Emmanuel, I'm just going to mention that it was a holy meet who passed away 8 years ago today. His name is Yekusiel Menachem Ben Shraga. Kutirap, remember Kutirap? He died on Yud Beis Tamuz.
He never died. He's still.
Huh? Yes, his son is here. So we're going to mention Lila Nishmasai. I think his neshama doesn't need no help. But we need help. And his children need help. And his balabasta needs help.
Also for Mordechai ben Yitzchak.
Also, a Yartzeit sie hat for Schleimer. Og Mordechai ben Yitzchak. Okay, ik heb Mashiach zal komen, huh?
I'll give you another one. Oh. 1 second.
Shalom ben Menachem Alevi. It was 2 years ago. Okay, l'chaim everybody, l'chaim l'chaim, l'chaim l'chaim. Say l'chaim, 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 l'chaim.
I'll give you the name later.
Hey yo!
What is your name? Jonathan. F-A-O-K. It's a big source to see you in person.
Do you know about my website?
Yes. Yeah, I have the app. It's like
Please tell people.
great. Yes, great. You know, I watch all your videos and you're my personal spiel.
Wow.
You don't know.
Thank you. Do you know about my website? You try to see this. Hey, la, 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 What is your name? David Kaczynski. I recognize you, but I don't
Nice turning.
I have no time to touch
Nice so far.
Yeah, thanks. Picture for your mother.
Thank you for being a sponsor. Sponsor also.
Was a rich man. Yeah.
And he's a monthly sponsor also. Thank you very much. My fee, much stuff it goes for good stuff. It's the deepest connection of a neshama and a neshama. But we have symptoms. In other words, what kind of connection was the kind of connection is there between the previous Rebbe and the Rebbe? We have no idea. But we see
the hanhage, the behavior of the Rebbe. And one of the things that we know about our Rebbe's behavior is that he obviously, in everything that he did, he follows the leadership, the direction, the initiative of the Rebbe Rayatz, of the previous Rebbe. But you also see it in his Torah, in the Rebbe's Maimorim, the Rebbe's Torah. Over the course of the Rebbe's Nesias, over the years the Rebbe was Rebbe, that is Rebbe, he said a lot of Chassidus, a lot of Maimorim. And when you look at those Maimorim that the Rebbe said, you see that he studies the Maimorim of his father-in-law a lot. And he studies the Maimorim of his father-in-law not only a lot, but repeatedly, again and again and again. So it was there many times. There are certain Maimorim of the previous Rebbe that the Rebbe studied many times. But there's a very same Maimid. And that is an unbelievable thing. And that is an unbelievable thing. The Friedrich Rebbe, the previous Lavavish Rebbe, said a Maimer Hasidus while in jail. I don't know who he said it to. He had 3 cellmates. I think one of them was a Jew, but he wasn't exactly a Hasidic Yid. But in jail, the previous Rebbe said a Maimer. The previous Rebbe left the jail, if you know the history, on Gimel Tamuz, which was a Sunday, and he went off to his Mikla, to his exile, which was supposed to be for 3 years. On that Sunday, Gimel Tamuz, 9 days later, the 3 years ended. You understand? 9 days later, the base Tamuz, they told him he could go home. The next day, Gimel Tamuz, he was told officially he could go home, and he got home on Friday, Tetzvav Tamuz. So in other words, the 3 years of exile ended up being 9 days or so. But on Thursday, Lamed Sivan, the Shchedesh Tamuz, the first day, the Friedrich Rebbe said a Maimer in jail. And he wrote it down. I don't know if he wrote it down in jail, I don't even get paper. But he wrote the Maimer down, and the Maimer was published by the Rebbe. And the Maimer begins with a Metzach. When a Metzach can also call. That's how the Maimer starts. Thank you very much, sir. What is your name? Besides Saramashkin. Shem Hamusho. Shalom Aleich. The Rebbe said a Maimer Chassidus min HaMeitzah. Now we have a lot of Maimorim in HaMeitzah that are connected to Rosh Hashanah. Because Rosh Hashanah you have min HaMeitzah, yeah? But the Pasuk min HaMeitzah has 2 parts. Min HaMeitzah karosi ko, Amoni v'merchav ko. Right? Min HaMeitzah means from the deep, from the narrowness, from the pain, you call out to the Eibishter. And Amoni v'merchav means that when you call out from a place of great pain, the Eibishter answers you from a very high level of great depth. But this Maimer, this salt here, by the way, this Maimer, which the Rebbe said in jail, starts min HaMeitzah karosi ko and doesn't have a second half. The Maimer begins min HaMeitzah karosi ko, the Amoni v'merchav ko is missing. And then we have the Maimer, and you can look at it, you can read it, you can learn it. And the Maimer describes his pain. The previous Rebbe describes the pain of sitting in jail and being surrounded by enemies who are trying to destroy him, and how he's calling out to the Eibishter from Min HaMeitzah. So the previous Rebbe said this Maimer, I wrote this Maimer 97 years ago. 50 years ago, the Rebbe said to my mother, neither of them begin Min HaMeitzah. One of them is begins V'hini Porach Mati Adams Maimer Pashas Koirach, and the second one is a Yud Beis Tamuz Maimer. It begins. It begins. Hasom nafsheinu b'chaim v'linosam amayit ragleinu. But in both of these Maimorim, the middle of the Maimer is about Min HaMeitzah. So I want to share a word Chassidus. It's a Fabrengen. Fabrengen, the minute you say Torah, everybody falls asleep. So now is the time for your nap. You understand? I mean, it's not going to take too long, but if you need to doze off, do it now. to say it's the boring part of the Fabrengen, but I'm not. I went for a few minutes. I want to share with you a thought that the Fabrengen Rebbe wrote while sitting in the Shpalerka prison. He wrote this. He said this in a Meitzah. And I'm going to save you the whole of this. I don't want to give you a philosophy, but I want to share this word. Because this is where I am right now. I'm learning these Maimonim, and that's how it is. Ma'ahu Oimer. Everybody says what's going on by them. So I happen to be in this Maimon at the moment, so I'm going to share it with you. The Chassidus says that Oimer Geroim and Oimer Tachas, the deepest on high and the deepest below are connected. In other words, when a person is in a very low situation, it brings out a very, very deep place in the neshama, and it touches, and it reaches, and it calls, and it awakens a place which is very, very high. And it's equal and opposite. The deeper the cry, the higher you reach, you understand? Like you have an Ayom Yom, you have a moed word. An unbelievable, very important word. And the Rebbe Maharash said, the fourth Lubavitcher Rebbe said, a krechts von a Yidden is tshuva law. You understand Yiddish? A krechts von a Yidden. When a Jew cries out, it's the highest tshuva that could be. Even if he's crying out for a physical problem. He chas v'sholem is lacking in health. He's chas v'sholem lacking in parnosa. He's chas v'sholem lacking in sholem bayis. He's chas v'sholem lacking in nachas and kinder. And chas v'sholem he's lacking. What's the biggest thing a person could lack? Mi b'chai karosi means tefillah. When a Yid calls out, he's calling out in prayer. But in the Maimer he explains, it's a whole beautiful Maimer based on Bitcho de Shama Deyad, Ki b'kar v'yitzor elomis. I don't want to go into the lotus. But the point he makes is two things. The first thing he says is that when you cry from a very deep place, the Eibishter answers you from a place which is reciprocally deep. In other words, the depth of a person down here touches the depth of a lakus on the other end. The lower it is in the person, the higher it is in the lakus. But then he says something else. This is very, very important. That when the Eibishter gives back, the Eibishter responds to the cry of a Yid, it's not enough that the Eibishter gives back a reciprocal response to the cry. Why? Because it's possible that Hashem should give you something in return for your cry, or in response to your cry, but it should go to the wrong place. It should go to the wrong place. There's a philosophical truth. Which is actually quite logical if you think about it, that says infinity is random. What that means, infinity is random? Bli Gavul doesn't have a direction, it can't. It's called the Chassidus Kachashecha Ko'ira. Infinity is infinity. Something there's no limits. Doesn't have any judgment, has no right and wrong. Bli Gavul is makif. When something is infinite, it can go any place, even to places which are not good. So this Maimon says it's not enough that the Eibishter responds. It's not enough that the Eibishter responds that he gives you an infinity. But it has to go to the right place. That's how he explains the letter of Yudke. When you call out from the depths to the Eibishter, you call out in a kind of way that not only he should respond, but that his response, his oinus should go to Mokam Anochim. It should go to the correct place. And that's how this Maimon is explained. That's how Maimon is understood. The Rebbe explains it in his Maimorim, that when the Eibishter gives a person a reciprocal response to a deep cry, so what Hashem gives, the Almighty gives is infinite. It's a lot. And it has to be channeled. It has to go into the right place. And it's part of the person's responsibility. You Daven to the Eibishter, you ask the Eibishter for bracha, and the Eibishter responds, the Eibishter gives brachas. It's on us to make sure that bracha goes to the right place, because we could waste it, we could squander it, we could use it for who knows what. We can use it in an inefficient way, in a destructive way, in an appropriate way. So this is a very, very important. This is what this Maimon talks about. The previous Rebbe is sitting in jail, and he's saying, I need from God two things. Number one, I want him to get me out of here. And number two, I want him to get me out of here the way I want to go out of here. I should go out of here and be able to do what I did until now. That the bracha of the Eibishter should go to the Mokam Anoche, that the blessing the Almighty gives should be in a way that it goes to the right place. This is, now you can wake up. The boring part is finished. The Shazar of the Maimon is over. And the Rebbe explains it based on the Pasuk, Bitchu b'Hashem adei ad, ki b'koch havai yitzur ilamen. In this Pasuk, it also says, ki b'koch havai yitzur ilamen. For Kashis is gefragt narov. This is what I'm going to say.
You didn't want me to listen.
So you listen so good, you have Kashis. The point is this, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, ladies and gentlemen, we are the Chassidim of Fabrengen, and we're Chassidim. We are Chassidim. And we have the unbelievable schools to be Mekusha, to the Rebbeinu, to the Rebbe, to our Rebbe. And the Rebbe gives and gives and gives and gives and gives. So I can tell you from personal experience, I have become a shameless man when I was younger, when I wanted to go to the Ohel, Emmanuel. I had to make achonis for 4 weeks. I'm going to the Ohel. So how often did I get to the Rebbe? I place a few times a year. And then I needed the Rebbe's help. So I started going to the Ohel once a week. And I lost all shame. I come to the Rebbe with my list of, I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this. And I could imagine the Rebbe thinking, Shman saying it. And what do I need? You know, like the Alter Rebbe told one of his Chassidim, du sagst aus, of was du darfst. Of was darf man dir, sagst du Gott. You tell me what you want, what you need it for. Anyway, but you get brachas, you get hatzlachas. The Rebbe gives all kinds of good things. It's not enough that the Rebbe gives and we receive. It's on us to make sure that what the Rebbe gives us isn't wasted. That the brachas and hatzlachas that the Rebbe gives us are utilized healthy and properly and in a sustainable way. You know what that means in a sustainable way? Fire, if it's used incorrectly, destroys. It burns. Fire, if it's used correctly, warms and uplifts and it sustains. So there's also the fire of the neshama. There's the passion of the neshama, of the soul. And a lot of us have a lot of fire, but we burn out the engine. You know what I'm saying? We have these moments, we get all very excited. The previous Rebbe used to say about American Jews. I don't know if you ever heard of such a thing called American Jews. He's like, American Jews are, he said in Yiddish, they heizen sich schnell an, und sie killen sich also schnell ab. You understand Yiddish? They get aroused very quickly, they get excited very fast, but they cool off just as quickly. It's like burning a piece of paper. The fire has to be sustained. One of the lessons of this Maimon is that when the Eibishter gives bracha, it has to be sustained. A lot of us, in personal experience, I don't want to tell you too many details, but trust me, it works. It works, it works, it works. But we have to keep the fire burning. It's on us that the awakenings that we get because of our connection to the Rebbe should not. People don't realize that they have needs, right? We all have needs. You know the story? The Rebbe Maharash, the fourth Lubavitcher Rebbe, his name was Arav Shmuel. He used to say, I have no favorites. Everybody to me is equal. So the Rebbe, how could you say that? The poor person comes into your room, he stays 1 minute. The rich man comes into your room and he stays 10 minutes. That's not equal time. The rich man gets 10 minutes, the poor man gets 1 minute. He says, what don't you understand? The poor man comes into me and says, how's life? He says, terrible. What's going on? I need this, I need this, I need this, and this. In 1 minute, I fix him. The rich man comes into me, master, everything is great. Mamish, health, and panasa. After 10 minutes, he says, Rebbe, I got this problem and this problem. They all get the same amount of time. It just takes a little longer to get to the truth. But otherwise, they give everybody equal time. We all have tzrachim. And the Baal Shem Tov said, I was a Chassidish Fabrengen, Rufton, Shalachol, Sarah Shesol, Nishtuf, and a Chassidish Fabrengen could achieve. Malach Machol cannot achieve because of the Avos Yisrael. Because we're sitting together. So l'chaim lebracha, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yemalim, Mishalech, Kolechad, Va'achas, L'teva, V'lebracha. But they will not nigle. In gesund, und in Parnasse, und in Shalom Bayis, und in Nachas, und in Sechel. An Sach Sechel, I feel like being so Sechel. Wie viel Sechel man hat, und wir wissen, man hat wenig Sechel. Is a Raya, man hat Sechel. L'chaim and Lebrach, L'chaim. You know the Bengani, Chazan, the Bengani. Yo, Amen. Tell me about Nick, L'chaim Lebrach.
5 minutes. Going back to Australia?
יוסף יצחק? מה השם המשפחה שלך? השם שלי גם כן יוסף יצחק. אבל לא ביטון, השם שלי יוסף יצחק פלטיאל.
Yom Tov, good Yom Tov. Wrong one?
This is right now.
Yeah. Do it.
Testing. Hello.
We're asked to announce there's a fine younger man here who's trying to exit the Fabrengen, for better or for worse. And he said there is a blue Mazda who is blocking him in the parking lot. A blue Mazda hatchback. If you are the owner of the blue Mazda hatchback, or your friend does, thank you. We found the person and you know, bring. One more name, I forgot.
The Farbrengen is also the schus Ilonishmas Ilona Bas Shalom. The Mishpacha was mishtatet in the Yitzhak of the Farbrengen, the schus for the Ilonishmas of the Neshama, and the Iker that keep around the Shem the Yofa. Rabbi Yossi, I mentioned to you before that Yom Tamuz is the previous Rebbe's birthday, and that 47 years after he was born, he went out of jail and he was able to say Chassidus on his Yom Haledes. But there's another Yom Tamuz that happened much earlier, when the previous Rebbe was 15 years old. I do not know how much you know about the history of the Rebbeim. Every Rebbe is every Rebbe, every Nasi has his own inyan, has his own purpose, and that purpose reflects itself in his Torah, how he lived his life. If you look at the Rebbeim, the 7 Rebbeim of Chabad, and you go back to the Baal Shem Tov, there's something about the previous Rebbe that is really different than any one of the other Rebbeim. And it's different in the kind of way that it hurts to talk about. It literally hurts to talk about. First of all, when the previous Rebbe was a child, his father was very ill. His father became a Rebbe. The Rebbe Rasha became a Rebbe when the previous Rebbe was 2 years old. 2 years old. 2 years and 2 months old, his father became a Rebbe. But for the next 10 years, 11 years, the Rebbe Rashav's Nesias was very, in Asias of Das Tachten, it was inconsistent. It was not constant. There's a Yon and Pnimium, there are Pnimius Dika reasons why, but there's also practical reasons. Because the Rebbe Rashab, the Frierdiker Rebbe's father, was very ill. Very, very sick. Twice, when the previous Rebbe was a child, he almost lost his father. Once when he was 7, and once when he was 11. And the previous Rebbe recalls these events in his Rishim. And there's a Meshugan a Maisa Pilla Ploim. It's an unbelievable story. I want to get to another story, but I'll tell this story first. I was a child when I read these stories, and I knew Yiddish, but I didn't know Hebrew, and I certainly didn't know Russian. So when I'd read these stories, any word that was in Hebrew and Russian, I had to guess what it meant. Now, I could have asked my father, like any normal person, which means I know everything. So I was never asked. So I would have to figure out the words that I didn't know I had to figure out. So one of the stories is the following story. The previous Rebbe was around 11, who was in his 11th year, was 10 and a half. And his father was so sick, he was living in the house, in the same rooms, in the house. He hadn't seen his father in 2 months. His father was laying in bed, and his mother would not let him in to see his father, and the Tata soll sich nicht anstrengen, because if he would walk in, the Rebbe Rashab would get emotional, and it could hurt the health of the Rebbe Rashab. And it was bad. He was mamish in a crisis. It says in the Sikha, krisis. Krisis is the Yiddish word, the Russian for crisis. I never heard the word krisis. I wouldn't have known the word crisis in English when I was a kid. So I had to figure out what krisis means, but when I tell these stories, I remember my amaratas, it's my markers of the stories. I never knew what krisis meant. What does crisis mean? His father was mamish near death, very sick. The previous Rebbe described that he had different malamdim, and now that I'm talking about his teachers. His first malamid's name was Rabbi Yossi Paltiel. His second malamid was Rabbi Shimshon. A good malamid of Ashtrenke. He was a good teacher, but he was a mean guy. Whenever he wanted the kids to behave, he would beat the Frierdiker Rebbe. He said that I'm not afraid to hit the Rebbe's son, I'm for sure not afraid to hit you, so all the kids behave. But he was a good teacher, he says. And the third malamid was Reb Nissen Skablo, Reb Nissen. Reb Nissen was a Chassidish Yid. He says he had on the wall a belt. He never took it off the wall. The worst punishment was he would look at it, and the kids knew, okay, now we got to behave. Reb Nissen Skablo disciplined his class with the promise and the threat of a story. If the kids learned well, you tell them a story. If they didn't do well, they didn't. And all the kids behaved because of his maises. Reb Nissen was a very Chassidish Yid. The previous Rebbe was in his home. And his father was very sick, and the Chassidim were gathering already. In other words, they were thinking that this is it. And he turned to his Melamed, Reb Nissen, and he said to his Melamed, "Vos soll ich tun? What should I do?" So Reb Nissen, the Melamed, was a smart man. He says, "Morgen in the Friesos aufstehen für Tag." Tomorrow morning, got up very early. I think it was Pasha Shmois, Chavdal Tevis. It was very cold, middle of winter. So it's Daven in the National Minyan. Start with the first minyan, at 6 o'clock in the morning, as soon as you get Daven. Und du sollst Fabrengen auf Ohel. And go to the Ohel of your grandfather, the great-grandfather, the Rebbe that Tzemach Tzedek, and the Rebbe Marash, who are buried next to each other in Lubavitch. And you should be mispalel, Daven for your father. Wenn du wirst kommen zurück, sollst du bei mir fragen, und ich werde dir sagen, weiter, was du sollst tun. When you'll come back, you'll come over to me, and I'll tell you what to do later. But the ikid is nobody's allowed to know. It's a secret. So the Rebbe was all of 10 and a half. He got up very, very early, davened to the mikveh. As you say in the old country, he went to the mikveh. He davened with the first minyan. And he walked to the Ohel. The Ohel was probably a mile from his house, a kilometer from his house. It wasn't very far. But the snow was up to his waist. So somebody helped him. I mean, I was in Lubavitch. You could see the Ohel from the Chotzeh. It's not far at all. But he walked to the Ohel. And near the Ohel there was a besmedrash, there was a shtibel, a little shul. And in the shtibel there was a shamus, a man who took care of the Ohel, and he lived there. He lived in the shul. He saw the Frierdiker Rebbe coming. He was all of 10 and a half. He understood exactly why the previous Rebbe is coming. And he said to him, Geh Arain, go in, daven for your father, daven. Everybody understood that this is very meaningful. So he went into his Zayd and his elder Zayd. I don't know what a 10-year-old, but the Frierdiker Rebbe was not a 10-year-old. He was a Frierdiker Rebbe. He was mishtateach. Whatever his status means, and the tzien of his Zayd and his elder Zayd of Meshach's man. He was home before 9 o'clock in the morning. In other words, he got up so early, and he davened so early, he was back from the Ohel around 9 o'clock in the morning. He walks into the house, I think Frierdiker Rebbe. And as soon as I walk into the house, I feel that there's a different mood. And then it says, the crisis is a Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe was 10 years old. He went to daven for his father. Mamish, like Elazar Rebbe Davram, before he came home, the previous Rebbe's father was feeling better. The crisis is past. The risk to his life is past. He walked into the house. There was a lot of people around. And nobody even saw that he came, nobody saw that he left, and he went over to his Malamed Reb Nissen, and he told his Malamed, you told proof of this haste. I did exactly what he told me. I got up early, I went to the mikveh, I with the first minyan, I went to the Ohel, and I'm back. What should I do now? And he said to him, don't tell anybody what you did, and you should finish the fast. You should finish the fast the whole day. This was around 9 o'clock in the morning. A little while later, somebody came out from the Rebbe Rashab, and he said to the Rebbe Rashab, from the Rebbe Rashab's room, and he said to the previous Rebbe, your father wants to see you. He hasn't seen his father in 2 months. His father was feeling better. So he walked into his father's cheder, his father's room, and his father saw him, and his father's face lit up, and he said to him, Yosef Yitzchak, was machst du, how are you? He called him always by his full name. He always called him by his full name. Yosef Yitzchak, was machst du, how are you? So he said, Baruch Hashem. And then the Rebbe said to his son, Yosef Yitzchak hast gegessen. Yosef Yitzchak, did you eat? Now he didn't want to tell his father that he got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and that he was fasting and that he had gone to Ohel, and between me and you, that's why his son father was feeling better. He said, but I couldn't lie to my father. The truth I didn't want to say, and a lie I couldn't say. That at that moment, when his father asked him, Yosef Yitzchak hast du gegessen, the door opened and his mother walked in. The Rebbe Sarah. And she carried the whole stress. Her husband was ill, but she was the one who suffered. And she sees the Rebbe Layatz. Was tut da? Why is the little boy here? Because she knew that whenever the Rebbe Rashab sees his son, it cost him emotional energy. He didn't have the physical strength for it. Was tut da? So the Rebbe Rashab said, it's okay, I'm feeling better. It's okay, he's not going to hurt me. And she said, but you have to drink a glass of tea. So he said, okay, leg es weg, put it down. Yosef Yitzchak hat mir der Langen. And Yosef Yitzchak, the Frierdiker Rebbe, will give me the tea. And the Frierdiker Rebbe says that my father never asked me a second time if I ate. Mr. he knew. He didn't ask him again. He asked him one time. Yosef Yitzchak hat gegessen. Did you eat? And the Frierdiker Rebbe says, I couldn't lie to my father, but I didn't want to tell. So they used to go home. They used to have help that his mother walked in. This was when he was 10 and a half, Tafresh winter. When he was bar mitzvah age, a little after bar mitzvah, the Rebbe Rashab, his father said to his wife, and by this time the Rebbe Rashab was already officially a Rebbe and he was feeling better. I mean, my hergish is, my belief is, and people who are historians tell me that I'm imagining it, that the Rebbe Rashab's illnesses, physical illnesses, were from the stress of becoming a Rebbe. He became a Rebbe very young, the Rebbe Rashab did. He was not even 22. And he was, later in his life, he was healthier than he was earlier in his life. I think it was in Yipnimi, but okay, people tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. That I don't know what I'm talking about, that I know for sure. But whether they know what they're talking about, I don't know if that's true either.
There was never a diagnosis.
Huh?
There was no diagnosis.
There was. He was sick. He was physically sick. There was. But okay, it's a different discussion. The Rebbe Rashab said to his wife, to the Rebbe Sarah, ich hab machel gewesen, als mit sein Chinuch darf ich sich allein abgeben. When it comes to the previous Rebbe's Chinuch, I have to age myself. Because what happened was, the previous Rebbe went to Cheder like all the other kids. Probably till the age of 12. He had 3 Malabdim, Rebbe Kasil, the Malamadadiki, Rebbe Shimshon, and then Rebbe Nissen. At a certain point, could be it was after Bar Mitzvah, the Rebbe Rashab hired him a private tutor to learn along with him. The private tutor the Rebbe Rashab hired had been the Rebbe Rashab's private tutor. There was a chassid by the name of the Rashbatz, Shmuel Batzal Sheftel. The previous writer's biography in that Tamuz is translated into English. It was a big chassid. It was a gadol. It was an Adam Gadol B'Yosef. It was a Gon and an Ovid and a chassid, a big Balmadrega. And he had the schus to personally be madrich 2 of the Lubavitcher Rebbeim. He was the Rebbe Rashab's tutor when he was a young man, and then later he was the Frierdiker Rebbe's tutor. So the story goes that they slept in the same room. The Rashbatz was elderly, he didn't have a wife, and he was roommates with the Rebbe Rayatz. So the chinuch was 24 hours a day. He taught him how to prepare negelvas, as the kishur shalamita, sevidani. He lived with him. He was madrich in every aspect of Hanoga. And the Rebbe Rayatz took a lot from the Rashbatz. He was very close to him. And at some point, the Rebbe Rashbatz, his Malamed, said to him, now we're going to learn Tanya. They learned together Gemara, they learned together Halacha. Now we're going to learn Tanya. So the Rebbe Rayat said to his madrich, the Rashbatz, who was, 60 years older than him. He was an old man, yeah. Tanya, I'm learning only from my father. He says, what do you mean? I'm paid. This is my job. I have to teach you everything. I have to teach you negligence. See, this is a job. Why did that? I'm sorry, Tanya, I'm learning only from my father. So the Rashbaz said, but I taught your father Tanya. I taught your father Tanya. So the previous Rebbe said, what you did with my father was his business. Me? If I'm not learning from my father, I'm not learning Tanya. So the Rashbaz desperately came to the Rebbe Rashab, his boss, his employer, and said, your son is being disrespectful. One kid in the class and he's managing to make trouble. He refuses to learn Tanya. So the Rebbe Rashab called the previous Rebbe and said to him, what learn Tanya from him? And the Rebbe didn't give an explanation. He just said, Tanya, I'm learning only from you. And if you're not teaching me Tanya, I'm not learning. So the Rebbe Rashab said, but I learned Tanya from him. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, you learn Tanya from him, that's your business, but I'm learning Tanya only from you. And it was an impasse. It took a while. The previous Rebbe insisted that Tanya is learning only from his father. So the Rebbe Rashab had to put into his schedule a time to learn Tanya with the previous Rebbe. And years later, he said to his son, I recognize with grace, with goodness, your insistence not to learn Tanya from anybody except from me. The Rebbe Rashab told him this. And they used to go away from the Babich for long periods. They would leave right after Shavuos, and they'd come back right for Rosh Hashanah. In other words, they had mamish 3 months. Most of Sivan, Tamuz, Oven, most of Menachem, most of Elul, they would come back mamish for Slichas. And Afateltas Gehasen, that they're going on vacation. They're going to the dacha. The dacha was about 4 miles from the Babich. But the real reason they would leave for such long periods of time was that Rebbe Rashab wanted to spend time with his son, and he didn't want anybody else to see. So this is the story that I wanted to tell. The minig was that they would go away to dacha. I mean, dacha was literally a few kilometers from the Babich. The Babich was a tiny little hole in the wall, and this was a hole in the closet. It was smaller than it was a shtetl. The Babich was a shtetl, and this was, I don't know what, a chassid had an estate with 2 houses, and the Rebbe moved into one of them. Every Monday, they would come to Lubavitch. Every Monday. And when they would come to Lubavitch, the Rebbe Rashab would go into his mother, to be mechabed his mother. This is another whole conversation, but the Rebbe Rashab's kibbutz was once a week. Our Rebbe went into his mother every day. The Rebbe Rashab every Monday would go into his mother, the Rebbe Tzanivke, and she would already invite guests for like a shtickle Fabrengen, and the Rebbe Rashab would boil water, and he would bring to the table tea and cake for his mother. This was his kibbutz aveim, and he would sit with his mother for a meshach zman, half an hour, an hour, whatever it was, and they would talk. And there were other chassidim. She would invite other chassidim, elder chassidim. It was like a weekly Fabrengen. When the Rebbe Rashab was away from Lubavitch, sometimes he would travel back great distances even, just to be Monday in Lubavitch to give his mother a glass of tea, and then he'd go back. So when he was in dacha, every Monday they came to Lubavitch. And they would go into the Baba, and he would serve his mother. And he would also get the mail that had come during the week. And he would also take people to Yechidus. And people came to Lubavitch for Yechidus. On Monday, every Monday he was available to meet people, and then they would leave. 1 year to Tafresh Nahei, 1895. Your base Tamuz was on Tuesday. The previous Rebbe turned 15 on Tuesday. So Monday, they went to Lubavitch, and he went into his mother, the Rebbe Rashab, and the previous Rebbe obviously went along, and he poured his mother a glass of tea. They sat in Farbrengen, as they did every Monday. Then the Rebbe Rashab looked through the mail, and he responded to whatever letters he needed to respond to. He did his job. Pardon me. And it took him into Yechidus. People came to Lubavitch, he was available for Yechidus, and they left. The same day, Monday, they left. That night, the previous Rebbe, his father, the Rebbe Rashab, calls in the previous Rebbe. He says, tomorrow morning, you should get up very early. You should daven with the first minyan as soon as you get daven, because we're going back to Lubavitch. It was his birthday, his 15th birthday. And the previous Rebbe said, we were in Lubavitch yesterday. He said, I know, we're going back again. So the previous Rebbe said to his father, the Rebbe Rashab, the Bobbe wird sich schrecken. Grandma is going to be afraid. When your mother is going to see that we came back a day after a day, it's going to tell her that something is not good. So the Rebbe Rashab said to the Friedrich Rebbe, Sie weiß schon von dem. She already knows that we're coming back, don't worry. And it was the 15th birthday of the Rebbe Rashab. 15th birthday, he was 15 years old. And you have to bear in mind that the first 15 years of his life was also not a bowl of cherries. It was a very hard life. It was not an easy childhood. They came to Lubavitch on Tuesday. They went into to his mother. There was brachas, nalazachan, and they went to the Ohel. They went to the Ohel. The Rebbe Rashab and the previous Rebbe went to the Ohel. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't look up the Rishima now, so I cannot tell you with precise accuracy. The Rebbe Rashab went in first, and he spoke to his father and his grandfather. Then he called in the previous Rebbe. And there were some incredibly intense moments. It was a very serious event. The Fabrengen was 15. And the Rebbe Rashab said to his 15-year-old son, Ich nehm dir zu der Akedah. You understood the Chumash. Abraham Avinu took his son to the Akedah to sacrifice him. So the Rebbe Rashab said to his 15-year-old son, Ich nehm dir zu der Akedah. I'm taking you to Akedah. I'm tying you like Abraham Avinu tied Yitzchak. And he said to him, I decided that going forward, all matters of public service that I'm involved with, you are going to be my right hand. The 15 years old. And he said to him, to be a servant of the Jewish people, the way a servant of the Jewish people is supposed to be, you have to have complete self-sacrifice. And then the Rebbe Rashab, the Friedrich Rebbe's father, said to the previous Rebbe, Du weißt, was meint Mesiras Nefesh? Do you understand what Mesiras Nefesh means? Do you understand what it means to be prepared to sacrifice everything for the principle, for the Ikir? So the previous Rebbe understood that the right answer was no. He understood that the right answer was no. So the Rebbe Rashab said to him, Mesiras Nefesh meint azoi und nicht anders. Mesiras Nefesh means it has to be this way and no other way. There's no room for compromise. And at the age of 15, the Rebbe Rashab basically stole the Friedrich Rebbe's life from him. It wasn't like the first 15 years were exactly so much fun, but from that moment forward, the previous Rebbe served 25 years. He was his father's right hand. The Friedrich Rebbe says, I used to write letters in my father's handwriting. And he would sign. And you could not tell which was mine and which was his. He says, I would write letters in my father's handwriting to the Gedolei Yisrael in Russia, and my father would sign his name, but you couldn't see which was his handwriting, which was my handwriting. Derech Agav, there's a Meshuggah a Maisa Pilip Loim, a Meidig Maisa. Unbelievable story. The Rebbe Rashab, it is a whole part. Friedrich Rebbe was very into diktuk and loshen and ksavi. As a child, it was very important to him to write correctly and beautifully. He argued with his father. His father got him a private tutor to teach him how to write. See, he says he was once in his father's room. There's a cheder sfarim that had several rooms that had books. And there was a maimer from the Rebbe Marash. A maimer from the Friedrich Rebbe's grandfather, from the Rebbe Rashab's father. And the maimer was unfinished. The Rebbe Marash started to write a maimer, Ksavi Yad Kodesh, and he didn't finish it. So the Friedrich Rebbe read the maimer, and he saw what was missing. He took a piece of paper, and in the Rebbe Marash's handwriting, he wrote the end of the maimer. He was a very young man, and he was thinking that when he's finished, he'll take it with him and leave. And he forgot it. He forgot it. The next day, his father is exhilarated. His father is so happy. He never saw his father so happy. I have today an unbelievable joy. I found the maimer of my father that I never saw before. And the Friedrich Rebbe get a treisel. He fooled his father. But you know what it means to fool his father? He couldn't imitate the handwriting. He had to imitate the Torah of the Rebbe the Marash. In other words, it wasn't just nice words. It was Torah that the Rebbe Rashab thought that his father wrote it. So the Frierdiker Rebbe says, I was in so much pain. I deceived my father about something like this. He says, for 3 days I walked around Oismensch, and I finally went into my father, and with tears in my eyes, I told him, I wrote it. I'm sorry that I fooled you. I meant to take it when I finished, and I left it. And the Rebbe Rashab got a kick out of it. He wasn't very upset. Nish gefel, nish koshi, he said, nish koshi. Not so bad, okay. If you could fool me like this, that's actually a different bracha. The point of this whole thing is, the Frierdiker Rebbe, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe, at the age of 15, no longer was a private citizen. For 25 years, he served as the right hand of his father. There's a tape, there's actually a tape, where you can hear the Rebbe saying this. In the early years, maybe it's called Tavis. When the Rebbe became an Rebbe, he was 49 years old. But he looked like he was 25, you understand? And the Rebbe pushed himself. The Rebbe worked harder than any Rebbe. Our Rebbe. Day and night. He would sit with people all night long. And the elder Chassidim felt that they have to make sure that the Rebbe watches his health. So every once in a while, someone tried to tell the Rebbe to chill, to take it easy, you know. If you ever tried to tell the Rebbe, take it easy, the Rebbe would feed you back your words, no? Like ufsin. He'd put a pipe and pour it down your throat, you know what I'm saying? So there's actually, you can hear the Rebbe, someone says something to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe says to him, Willst du benehmen im Schwer? You understand Yiddish? You want the job. You want to take over the Frierdiker Rebbe. You want the job. You don't want the job. So sit quiet. You know. You can actually hear the Rebbe saying on an audio tape, "Willst du benehmen im Schwer?" And then I think in that conjunction, there's a Sadar Meise. The Rebbe tells this chassid, who was obviously much older than he was, Sadar Meise mit Schwer. And then the Rebbe says, you know what, I'll wait till it gets quiet and I'll tell the story to everybody. So when it got quiet, the Rebbe told the following story. That once, the Rebbe Rashab, there was a meeting of Rabbanim in Russia. But when you say a meeting of Rabbanim in Russia, you're talking about Gedei Yisrael, you're talking about Reb Chaim Brisker, the Chafetz Chaim, Mamish Gedei Yisrael Amitim, giants. And the Rebbe Rashab could not go to the meeting, so he sent the previous Rebbe. He was 16. He was 16 years old. It didn't look good. The Rebbe Rashab didn't have a beard yet. He could sit with Gedei Yisrael. So he sent along the Rashbatz, his tutor. The Rashbatz had a long white beard. So the Rebbe Rashbatz was the shliach and the Rashbatz was the beard. So the Rebbe tells the story by Fabrengen. He says, right before they left, he called in his Rashbatz. And he said to the Rashbatz, Du sollst wissen, as ich schick I want you to know that I'm sending him, not you. You're the beard. Und was weniger de sich mischen als besser. And the less you get involved in the proceedings, the better it'll be. Keep your mouth shut. You're the white beard, you're the old man, I'm sending him. Verstehst? This is the story of the Frierdiker Rebbe's life. If you study his life, it aches how hard it was. It aches. I mean, if you know anything about the previous Rebbe, if you look at his picture, if you read his writing, you're never going to find a man with more tikva, with more hope, with more betachin, more optimism. His life was miserably hard. He never had an easy day. His life was so hard, but he was unbreakable. The Rebbe Rayatz's spirit, the Frierdiker Rebbe's spirit, he endured Shiva Medur Gehenim, Shiva Pa'amim, like it says in the Bechokesei, Shiva Pa'amim Shiva. His life was so difficult. Everything that he did, not only was hard, it wasn't even rewarded. You know, the Rebbe said to people, my father-in-law put in all the work and I'm reaping the reward. The Rebbe told this to people, in other words. His life was so hard. And it didn't start when he became a Rebbe at the age of 40. As a young man, his father made him a public servant. At 15. On Yud Beis Tamuz. Now, again, if you study the biographies, you'll come away with a big kasha. The Rebbe Rashab, his father, took his time becoming a Rebbe. Took his time. He waited till he was like 33 or 34, 33, 32, 33. And his own son, at 15, he throws him into the furnace. There's actually a story once. They were working on the 1905, it was a war between Russia and Japan. And the Rebbe Rashab put himself into providing the Jewish service people with matzah and other things. Anyway, it came Elul, and they were very busy with those activities. And the Rebbe Rashab says to Frierdiker Rebbe, as soon as Rosh Hashanah, I got to stop this activity. You do it, I got to pay for Rosh Hashanah. So the Rebbe, Frierdiker Rebbe says to his father, hey, what am I, chopped liver? I don't have Rosh Hashanah. Only you have Rosh Hashanah. So the Rebbe Rashab said to his son, I'll take you on my wagon. I'll take you. Do what you have. Wherever I go, I'll take you with me. I'll take you on my wagon. The Rebbe Rashab. So the kasha is why the Rebbe Rashab did things for his own son that he didn't do for himself, in terms of askonos tiburis. And I don't think. I don't know this for a fact. It doesn't say any place. But it's a code of Levada. It's very reasonable to assume that the Rebbe Rashab knew what the previous Rebbe's generation was going to look like. And he needed all the training he could get. In other words, the Rebbe Rashab deprived his son, the previous Rebbe, of all the Rebbe, what did they do? They haven't learned. What do you think the Rebbe Rashab did when the Rebbe Marash was Rebbe? Learned Torah day and night, Daven allowed to do it, completely removed from the world. They were involved in Torah V'Avodah. They were involved in holiness. They were connecting to Atzmas Yisrael Baruch Hu. The previous Rebbe was really almost never given that opportunity. So again, I don't know this, I can't tell this as a fact, but it's very reasonable to assume that the Rebbe Rashab understood what kind of Nisias the previous Rebbe would have, and he was Pashat. He was rearing him at the Gehad of it. He was rearing him, he was raising him from Mesiras Nefesh, for the idea of in context, the right word is principle. You know, what's the difference between a principled person and a meshuganer? I'm asking you a question. Honestly, what's the difference between a retard, I'm a nut, a stubborn idiot, and a principled person? The answer to that question is principle. What's principle? What's ikaron? What is principle? What is the English translation of the word ikir? But before you answer, we use the word ikir as the denotation for God. Kofar, but ikir. When the Rambam wants to talk about Hashem in an unqualified, in an unformed way, he uses the word ikir. Ikir means principle. Ikir means principle. Having the right ikir means having... You know what the meaning of principle is? Principle means having a sense of truth that is entirely intuitive. It's entirely feel. You can't argue it. You can't defend it. You can't prove it. You just know it. That's ikir. Anybody can have a shaila and look at Shulchan Aruch and Paskin. But nit alle steht in Shulchan Aruch. Not everything is written, and sometimes you don't follow Shulchan Aruch. There's a story that I heard this when my father-in-law passed away. So during Shiva, someone told this Maisa, in the name of Reb Nissen. My father-in-law's name was Moshe Nemenov. His father was Reb Nissen from Ashbiya. That Reb Nissen was in Leningrad. Reb Nissen, the great chassid, Reb Nissen was in Leningrad the year that Rebbe was arrested. Frierdiker was arrested, 1927. And the Rebbe knew, the previous Rebbe knew that they're going to arrest him. It was only a question of when. Because he had pushed the envelope. If you know the history, there was a meeting of Rabbonim the summer before, so the Rebbe Rayatz made his own meeting of Rabbonim. He defied the government. He dared the Soviets. He dared them. He made a meeting in Kazakhstan. The Rebbe Rayatz was literally, the right language is on a suicide mission. He had no intention of surviving. Yud Beis Tamuz is a Yom Tov because God did it. The Frierdiker Rebbe did nothing to save himself. Nothing. And the Rebbe knew that he's going to be taken. It was only a question of when. So the story was, I heard this about 12 years ago, that a while before the previous Rebbe was arrested, he called an our Rebbe. The Rebbe's always was an our Rebbe, who was a bocher, he was a chassan. In 1927, the Rebbe was 25. 24, 25. And he said to his future son-in-law, Hamayuad Lias Chasnai, that in case I'm arrested and I'm sitting in a cell and there's more than one person in the cell and they also had a latrine, they didn't exactly have a bathroom, you understand? They had a bucket. How must one behave under those conditions as far as guvnaki and putting on tefillin and davening? He asked them a shalom aloch. And he said to our Rebbe, this is the story that I heard, for me, this is not a practical question. Because I am going to be Moshe Nefesh for Koyter Shayud. I am going to sacrifice myself not to compromise anything. In other words, I'm not going to make any kind of say, under these conditions you can do this, under these conditions, I'm not going to settle for any conditions. Listen to the Lashon. He said to our Rebbe, I want to see how a Hasidic Rav thinks. A Rav looks at Shulchan Aruch and Paskins. But when it comes to it, there's no halachas of Mesiras Nefesh. In Russia, when you have to be Mesiras Nefesh, the difference between principle and Mishagas is a hair. So how do you know if you're a Meshuggah or if you're a Mesiras Nefesh? There's only one answer to that question. If you're a person of principle, you have principle. If you're a person, forgive me for saying this, a flab. Flab means an extra layer, a spare tire, as they say. You have no shaykhs to principle. Principle means to know what the right thing to do when there is no judgment, logical judgment, not reasonable, not even halachic. This comes from the viscera. This comes from the etzem. Ikar of principle. And the Friedrich Rebbe was raised to develop this chush, to have this intuition, this sense of when you have to have Mesiras Nefesh, and how you have to have Mesiras Nefesh, and the extent to which the Mesiras Nefesh goes. And in the words of his father, Azeyu nit andish. This way and no other way. It has to be exactly like this. And Rabbi said, what I just said, I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm saying. But this is the truth. If you want to understand Bechlal, a Rebbe, the Rishonim, and the Sefer HaChinuch has the Tayag Mitzvahs. And one of the Tayag Mitzvahs is Mesiras Nefesh. This is the Akiddush Hashem, yeah? In Pashas Emer. Mesiras Nefesh has rules, you know that? Mesiras Nefesh has rules. The Rambam brings 5 madrigas. The Rambam has a letter which is called the Igeres Hashmad, and he's brought to the Torah also. He has 5 levels of Mesiras Nefesh. If it's B'Yochid, if it's B'Barasiyah, if it's a Teyoven, if it's Lahaches, there are rules. And then the Sefer HaChinuch writes, then you have Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva was Mesiras Nefesh to teach children Torah. And they murdered him, B'Payah, in the most cruel way. And which category of Mesiras Nefesh was Rabbi Akiva's? The first category, the second category, the third category, the fourth category, the fifth category. I'm embellishing a little bit, but this is what it says in the Nekuda. The answer is, says Sefer HaChinuch, that Gedali Yisrael like Rabbi Akiva have principle. And they know when you don't look at Shulchan Aruch. They know when you do what your neshama says and you don't say, what does it say in Torah? This is really the story of the previous Rebbe's entire life. This was a man who had judgment, who made decisions, and on the basis of his judgment, and on the basis of his decisions, he sent his chassidim into fire. He sent his chassidim into fire because his judgment was so strong. His judgment was so correct. His judgment was in his own mind, so trustworthy that if he knew, whether he understood it or he didn't understand that this was right, he trusted his judgment to the extent that he can send somebody else into Mesiras Nefesh because he knows that he's not making a mistake. This is what the Rebbe is. Rabbi said we live in America. We rarely face these kinds of questions. Our biggest shaila is Yaskarov. I mean, you have to know what you have to ask. But the truth of the matter is, Yiddishkeit was, is, and always will be principle. Principle means there's an akudah, there's a point of truth, which is the foundation of who we are. It's the foundation of how we live. And if I may say so, it's the foundation of how we raise our children. And that's the most important thing. That is beyond what you can find in any book. It's beyond what you could justify and explain and prove based on any theory. It's deeper and it's truer and it's more absolute than anything written even in Chochmas HaTorah. This is what the Rebbe gives us, what the Rabbeim give us. This is something very, very deep. It's something very, very, very important. And it really is in Beis Tamuz. The Fabrengen Rebbe, I don't know what to tell you. Did you ever study his life? His life was miserable. There's nothing else to say. There's letters from the Fabrengen Rebbe, private letters, where he's explaining how much pain he has in his life. But that's not the point. He was constantly facing questions that were so good a lead. They were so faithful. They were so important that he didn't have anybody or anything to look to except to who he was. This was a human being. He was a torch of Mesiras Nefesh. He himself was a torch of Mesiras Nefesh. He was a burning ember. And his emes was the basis of the judgments that he made. And his emes is the basis of the judgment he made. And in a very, very real way, it is the reason we're sitting here today, all these years later. Because he had this clarity and this principle. I'm going to give you a dumb example, but for many people it's not a dumb example, right? You raising your children. You never Chalabavitcher. So the Rebbe whispers in your ear, you don't need limud echol, you don't need limud echol. And you're whispering back, yeah, but I wanted to make a lot of money. I wanted to live a comfortable life. And the Rebbe's whispering back, what's he whispering back? What's he whispering back? He'll make a lot of money. Or what's more important, that he should make a lot of money or should be a yid? What's more important, that he should make a lot of money and be a yid, or he should make less money and be a yid and his child should be a yid? All of us know that voice. And we know the whole conversation. But we block out the part of it that we don't like. And we blame it on everybody else. We can't blame it on the Rebbe. You don't want to mess with the Rebbe. Not only because you're afraid they're going to stone you in shul, but because you know that this is truth. This is so deep. This is so deep. It's so it's so core. It's so ikir. It's so ikir. And it's who Yidden are. It's who Chassidim are. It's the reason Jewish people exist. It's not because we're so smart, not because we're so resourceful, but because we know where the line is. We know where Mesiras Nefesh has to be. And this is a test. I mean, this is Beis Tamuz. I'm talking about the previous Rebbe. But this is all of us. This is all of us. This is all of our lives. So, when you talk about the story, I want to tell you, I want to stop now, okay? I'll tell you one story and then I give you a pledge that unless I come up with another story that's worthwhile, I will make a break. It's a gewaldige mais. It's a moidendike mais. There was a yid by the name of Harav Pinchas Hbur, Rabbi Hbur. When the Rebbe met him, the Rebbe said to him, Shmoy hoylech mesefer elam vatsefer. The Rebbe told him those words. Your name is going from one end to the next. If you know the Gemara, this is said about Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva met one of the great sages who was Meilech Yomim from the time of the Zugis. Knew what was his name? Ben Naftinas. What was his name? I forget since I know him. There was a Taneh that was much older. He's from the, according to the Rambam, he was from the Slukas. He met Rabbi Akiva and two of his friends. And when he saw Rabbi Akiva, he said, Shmoi ha'elech m'seifa m'seifa. So the previous Rebbe said this, the Rebbe of Gesundsein said this to Rabbi Hirschsprung when he met him the first time in Yechidus. They had a very interesting relationship. He would sit behind the Rebbe with complete bittul. He knew the whole Torah by heart. He knew the whole Torah by heart. Bali, Yerushalmi, with the Rishonim, by heart. And he would sit behind the Rebbe. We could have had more respect for him, trust me. But Rabbi Hirschsprung had a story that he told. In 1966, almost 60 years ago, it was about 10 years since the revolution in Romania. I mean, after the Second World War, the Warsaw Pact was not complete. In the beginning, there were countries that were more leaning towards the West. Czechoslovakia was leaning towards the West. I think even Poland was leaning towards the West. But for sure, Romania. Then there were revolutions. Hungary. All these revolutions were instigated from the Soviet Union, and they became communist. They became one-party rule. So in 1956, there was a big revolution in Romania. This couple, Ceausescu, ruled from 1956 till, I don't know what, 1989, with an iron fist. Huh? No, Romania. Romania. 56 was a few countries. It was in Prague also, it was in Czechoslovakia, it was in Romania. A kid said, 10 years later, they decided, it was a very, very tough dictatorship. They were very cruel. They held the country with an iron fist. That they would bring a delegation of rabbis from America to prove that there's freedom of religion in Romania. And they invited many Rabbanim. Amongst the people they sent invitations to was this Rabbi Hirschsprung. He lived in Montreal. He came to New York, and he went into the Rebbe, and he asked the Rebbe if he should go. And the Rebbe said, absolutely, he should go. You know how it is. You brought a pair of tefillin for every day. 12 days, 12 pairs of tefillin. You left every day a pair of tefillin in shul. So somebody else had a pair of tefillin. As if it's a gefit. You brought 12 pairs of tefillin. Every day you left one pair in shul. And somebody found it and somebody benefited from it. But the Rebbe told him, you should know that every single move you make is being watched. The gabbai of the shul, the young man, the Yiddish person who's going to be your chaperone, is an agent of the state. And appreciate this, that if you talk to the locals, nothing is going to happen to you. But the day you leave the country, they go to jail. So you have to be very, very careful. And the Rebbe impressed upon him how serious this is. And there's many stories like this as well, which is another thing. A kid said he went, and the Rebbe said, of course, when you come back, I want to see you. When people used to come back from the Eastern Bloc, the Rebbe used to cross-examine them like he was a member of the CIA. And the Rebbe would ask many questions, but he would never give you information. He would lead you to what he wanted to hear about, but he never let you know what he knows, because if you don't know something, he wasn't going to give you information you didn't have. David Moshe? Look at you. Shalom Aleichem, l'chaim v'levracha. It's nice to see you. You know what kind of miracles that you remember your name. I don't remember anybody's names. Thank you for coming. I hope I'm not embarrassing you too much. I love you. God knows I love you. L'chaim. 1 second. Here's the master. They went to Romania. They visited many places. And everything was chaperoned. The whole thing was choreographed. Wherever they went, they made sure that there was yeshivas. The whole thing was a bluff. But occasionally there was a lapse. And he was able to have a real conversation with a local. They came to a certain city. And he met a Hasidic Yid, Pashat. Mit Peyes and a board. Mistami didn't have a streimel, was a workasket. His wife was like the derech of Hasid Ungarin. She was wearing a sheitel, and top of a sheitel she had a hat. They were tanua. His children looked like they were raised in Yerushalayim. Mit Payalach, Yiddische Kinder. Mit tzitzes. Really Chassidic kids. And they were surrounded by a desert. There was nobody else. When this Rabbi Hirschsprung came to this person's, to the shtetl, this man found a minute when the gabbai had turned his back. And he tells him like this. He says, I live here all by myself. I have no chaverim. I have no mishpacha. I'm all alone. And I'm young. I'm not an old man. I have a wife and kids. And for the last 10 years, in this city, I'm everything. cradle to the grave. I do the bris, I do the shalom zacher, I do the option, I do the bar mitzvah, I do the chasna, lahavdal, elf avdos, I minsader, get pturin, and I bury people. Everything Jewish is me. But, like Yankov Avinu said, Mosai ese gamanoichi lebeis, I have children. My children have no friends. My children have no school. They have no prospect. I keep them locked in the house. I think I've paid my dues. I need to get out. And he tells him, there's one man in the world who can get me out of Romania, and this is the Lubavitcher Rebbe. How he knew of the Rebbe, nobody knows. How he knew that the Rebbe could help him, for sure, nobody knows. He says, you need to go back to America, go into the Lubavitcher Rebbe, tell him about me, and tell him that I did my service. I did my service. I paid blood. But the Rebbe has to get me out. Because I want to raise Yiddish kinder. Chassidish kinder. It was unbelievably moving. Rabbi Hirschman came back to Canada. He came to see the Rebbe. The Yechidus for hours. The Rebbe used to ask every question about every person. And after the Rebbe finished with all of his cross-examinations, now Rabbi Hirschman had an opportunity to raise issues that people had shared with him that the Rebbe, for the Rebbe. And he told him the story. That he met a Yid in Romania. A Chassidish Yid. Mit Peyes, mit a board. Again, not in the Chabad Seder, but the Ungarische, very, very, very precise in the Lavush that they have. Him and his wife and his children. And he says, this man told me that I should share with you that for the last 10 years since the revolution, he has been the Ruach HaChaim of this community, and he feels like he has a right now to leave, because he has to have his own children, Shem Nachas, and that only the Rebbe can help him. The Rebbe has to get him out of Romania. So Rabbi Hirschberg tells this to the Rebbe. Now, you have to understand, in 1966, the Rebbe and Rabbi Hirschberg had already a standing relationship. They had met many times, and they talked in learning. There's a lot of stories. When he tells this to Rabbi Hirschberg, the Rebbe pauses. 1966, Tov Shin Chavov. The Rebbe pauses, and he becomes very, very thoughtful. And then he looks up at Rabbi Hirschberg, and he tells him these words. He said in Yiddish, if he's going to leave, who's going to do the bris? If he is going to leave, who is going to prepare the boy for bar mitzvah? Who is going to prepare a kale? So wissen wir, da redet sich über Chasana, Yiddish Chasana. Who is going to prepare a chasan? How a Yiddish couple lives. And the Rebbe says to him, Rabbi Hirschberg, the Rebbe der Schwerf like schicken Menschen in azelche Erter. My father-in-law would send people into such places. Now bracket, this is me speaking now. I don't send people to such places. End the bracket. Aber wie kannst du bei mir beten, als ich soll helfen nach Reus gehen? Which means English, how could you even ask? How could you even ask that I should help him leave? He says the previous Rebbe sent people into such environments. Wie kannst du bei mir beten? Rabbi Hirschsprung was a Gadol b'Yisrael. He was a giant of Torah. And Rabbi Hirschsprung stood in front of the Rebbe, and he listened to the Rebbe say this. He walked out of that Yechidus, and he said to people, I never met the Lubavitcher Rebbe till right now. I never met him. I met a Gadol b'Yisrael, I met a Talmud Chacham, I met a Rosh Yeshiva Lamden. He says, now I know the burden that he carries, the judgment. You can't look in a sefer to answer such a question, to make such a decision. Only one place to look, it's here. But to be here, to make such a decision, has to be so pure, has to be so purged, has to be so mitzurif, mavurah, and mezuzach. There's not allowed to be any mitzias whatsoever except Ratzon Elyon. This is how Gedolis, how the Rabbeim make decisions. This is how the Rebbe sends people on shlichus. And this is the Friedrich Rebbe's entire life. Entire life. Now I promise you that after I tell the story, I'm going to stop to speak. But this speaks for itself. We are little people, but we're mekusha to Rabbeinu Nesienu, we're mekusha to the Rebbe. This hashkafa, this shita, we have different words for it. We call it the nekuda, the pintele, the point, where truth is and must be ner l'raglenu. That's how we decide how we live our life. That's how we decide how we get married. That's how we decide how we have children. That's how we decide how we raise our children. Does it make sense? It doesn't have to. It has to be right. And this is what Yud Beis Tamuz is. It's not a story. By Yom Kippur, it happened a long time ago. Yud Beis Tamuz is a celebration, is a commemoration, is an experience of Mesiras Nefesh that's now. And Baruch Hashem, we're living in Atzas Arvocha. We're living in a different kind of environment. But the idea of principle is, in a way, harder for us to find than it was when you lived in a world that was black and white. My grandfather, my wife's grandfather, I married his granddaughter before he passed away and had opportunity to meet him. So he told us that when they were leaving Russia, he was on the same train with Reb Nissen Nemenov. When they left Russia, they called Eshalonen. They were literally sent out of Russia in cattle cars. They sat on the floor. And as they crossed the border from Russia into Poland, Reb Nissen said, Reb Nissen was a big chassid. He was talking about big chassid. He said, Shimon HaRabbeis, I want you to listen. He says, we are coming from an Eilam HaEmes, and we're going into an Eilam HaSheker. We are coming from a world of truth, that for Shmira Shabbos you pay 5 years in Siberia. And for Chinuch V'Kinderlach you pay 10 years. And for Mikveh Ta'aleh you pay 3 years. And we're going into a place where for Chinuch V'Yiddish Kinderlach people can tell you, you're a nice guy, thank you. For wanting a kosher mikveh, you're going to tell you you're a wonderful yid. And the challenge becomes, in this new world, where is going to be our principle? Rabbi Yossi, I don't like to give guilt trips. And why? Because after I give a guilt trip, all I got to do is look in the mirror. I hate what I see. I don't know about you, but I don't know what you see, but I see in the mirror I don't like. But the emes is, this is Yud Beis Tamuz. It's now, and it's us, and it's here, and it's today. So the Rebbe should mention, for Hashem should give us all the clarity and the principle and the iskashnus. What we need is to be connected to the Rebbe, but it's so easy to say. That our judgments should be like his judgments. And we should do it mitoich simcha. The fact that to be a yid and a chassid defies Elam Hazeh, goes against what the world says. The fact that to be a yid and a chassid creates questions that we can't necessarily answer and explain and justify. Are nisyonis, they're tests, but they're not true. And Hashem should give us koiches that we should be chassidish yidden, and we should raise chassidish kinderlach. If we have chassidish children, then we know for sure we're chassidish yidden. And if we don't have chassidish kinderlach, then we're chassidish yidden with nisyonis. So the Eibush to help him, I was not sure kein nisyonis, was hoffen not atzloche. L'chaim. Rabbi say, I want to say that before we stop. Before you go, everybody's now gathered. Lama zogen them out in the Rebbe's niggin. Sit back down. We'll see the Alter Rebbe's niggin, and then you can go. Okay. After the Alter Rebbe's niggin, my wife is just for you.
My father from where? My grandmother is Moldova.
Yo.
My grandmother is Moldova.
Sister. Let me take a picture. My wife.
Where were you at now?
I live here.
Hey!
You're innocent.
Sorry? Okay, Shalom Aleichem. Okay, l'chaim everybody, l'chaim lebracha. We want Mashiach now. L'chaim lebracha, l'chaim lebracha, l'chaim lebracha. You know the story, l'chaim lebracha. President Shazar, he was a big macher in Israel. His name was Shnei Zalman. He came from Chassidim, but he took a detour for a shtickle zeit. Anyway, he loved the Rebbe, Avas Nefesh. He loved the Friedrich Rebbe. It's a very interesting story. he was a very big Tzioini. He was a big Zionist. And in the 30s, the Tzioinim had a very hard time because the Fruma were giving them, the Fruma had the upper hand in Europe. And when his life became unbearable, he would hum the Alter Rebbe's Niggin. The Alter Rebbe's Niggin, it's a very religious song, and they were the secular Zionists. So his friends were Zalman Ma'ata Shad. Zalman, what are you singing? And he would say, Atem lo tavino, you'll never understand. Achasidish Apokoidis. There's a Chassidish Apokoidis, it's a special kind of Apokoidis. Anyway, later he became much closer. I heard from a Yid named Steinmetz, Tzvi Meir, Steinmetz Olav Shalom, that he heard from Rabbi Jacobson Olav Shalom, that when the Friedrich Rebbe asked him about Kfar Chabad, when they made the state, Kfar Chabad, so he asked the Friedrich Rebbe, why do you have to have Kfar Chabad? So he said, because the Chassidim are coming from Russia, they suffered a lot, and they need a place which is quiet where they could learn and daven and serve the Eibishter without disturbances. So he told the Friedrich Rebbe, we don't need such Jews in our country. We need pioneers who are going to make the desert bloom. We don't need Alta Yidden. So the Friedrich Rebbe said, this is what I heard from Tzvi Yuir, that I heard from Rabbi Jacobson, Der Mensch wird sich ändern. This man will change. And he changed. I think by the time he passed away, he was a Shem Teil Mitzvah. He was frum. Anyway, So the story where he would come every year Kfar Chabad Yitzchak Kislev. He had a very chassidish neshama. His love for the Rebbe, there's actually a Yud Beis Tamuz story. It could be even 50 years ago. He was the president. And everyone was up in arms that he's coming to the Rebbe. The whole secular state, the Rebbe has to come to him. Why should he come to the Rebbe? So his love for the Rebbe was so genuine that it defeated his politique. Meaning, he forgot that he was a politician when it came to the Rebbe. It wasn't an act. Mamish forgot that he was a politician. So Shimon Lazar, the Tel de Meise, Shimon Lazar Gesund, that he was a brand new shliach to Texas. And they said that Shazar was coming from Mexico and he was stopping in Houston, and he was going to be in the airport, and he was inviting dignitaries of the Jewish community in Houston to come see him in the airport. And on the list of invitees was Rabbi Lazarov. So as if you know Shimon Lazarov, he tells the story. I called up my boss, Rabbi Chadakov, and I said, should I go? And Rabbi Chadakov says, absolutely, you should go. And you should take a look at bottle of mashke. And he says, you're going to see him on Gimel Tamuz. So Rabbi Chadakov asks Shimon Lazarov, do you know what Gimel Tamuz is? He says, yeah, I know what Gimel Tamuz is. That's a Schalta de Geula, when the Rebbe was let go from prison. He says, make sure you should mention this to Shazar. Anyway, Shimon Lazarov was probably then, 30. He wasn't particularly old. All the most important Jews of Houston are invited to meet the president of Israel at the airport. Shimon Lazarov was the youngest guy in the room. As soon as Shimon walks in, Shazar puts it next to him. Shalom Aleichem, Behester Lazarov. Yeah, I knew your grandfather, your great-grandfather. What do they call it? Jewish geography. And he pulls out of his pocket a bottle of mashke, and Shazar forgets where he is and who he is. They say L'chaim. He says, "Hi, this Gimel Tamuz." He says, "Yeah, Gimel Tamuz." He says, "Yeah, Yud Beis Tamuz." So Shimon says, "No, Yud Beis Tamuz is one thing, and Gimel Tamuz is another thing." So Shazar says to Shimon Lazarov, first question, how is the Rebbe doing? Was macht the Rebbe? This was the kind of man he was. His love for the Rebbe was very real. It wasn't an act. Was macht the, how's the Rebbe? So Baruch Hashem, he says, what do you think? I could come to you at Beis Tamuz. It wasn't on his itinerary. The president of a country is changing his itinerary to go to sit at the Fabrengen. You think you can come to the Rebbe at Beis Tamuz? So Shimon says, I'll ask. Anyway, he called up Chadakov, and of course he was told, of course he could come. And while he's on the phone asking Rabbi Chadakov says that, are you coming to Yud Beis Tamuz to Crown Heights? Shimon Lazar didn't have money to buy bread. He was a shliach, brand new shliach. And Rabbi Chadakov, you're going to be in Beis Tamuz in New York? He says, I wasn't planning on it. So Rabbi Chadakov says, maybe you should plan on being there. Anyway, he showed up, Shimon Lazarov, and there's a photo. It was Lamed Gimel. It's 51 years ago. In the Rebbe's room, where the Rebbe introduces him to all the Chasher Chassidim, and in the Rebbe, there's a tape, you can hear the voice. This is the Shliach in Texas. He says, Yo, im kenich. There's videos of that Fabrengen. He sat to the Rebbe's right. In other words, when you're facing the Rebbe, was to the left. But if you're, from the Rebbe's perspective, he was closer to Mizrach. And you could see him tapping to the Negunim. And there's a beautiful picture where in the middle of the Fabrengen, he says L'chaim, and the Rebbe looks at him with this beautiful smile. But it's a Rebbe. President Shazar came to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe is the Rebbe, and Shazar is Shazar. It's a very special moment. But anyway, this is all parenthesis. The story is he would come every year to Kisuf to Kfar Chabad, and you must understand it. He became more chassid as time passed. When the state was born, he was he was one of Ben Gurion's best friends. He was a personal friend of Ben Gurion. But he had Lubavitcher blood. Ben Gurion was a Polish, and he was a Russian. The old Israeli left wing were all Lubavitcher Chassidim, ex-Lubis, as they call them in the internet world. And they were great supporters, but they had a soft spot. They had a good emes. This Iked that I talked about before, this principle, it was buried somewhere. And the Rebbe woke it up. So in the story, he came to Kfar Chabad, he would make drushes. I read on him that he would talk so passionately, he could push it, fall off the stage. He would scream and his hand would swing. He'd forget where he would literally fall off the stage. He would come to Kfar Chabad and he would sit and they gave him covered and don't ask. He was the president of the country. Anyway, once was the Farbrengen in Kislev, and after the Farbrengen, they took him on a tour of the Kfar. This is before he was president, in the 50s. And one of the plays they took them was Zalman Kleinman's studio. Zalman Kleinman was a famous artist. He was still single at that time. He was living in Kfar Chabad. And the old stone houses, the old Muslim homes, the Arab homes that they arrested, used to be called Kfar Safaraya. The Arabs called it Safaraya, then it became Kfar Chabad. And he had pictures on the walls. So Shazar comes into the studio to look at the pictures, and Zalman Kleinman had already said L'chaim once or twice or thrice. He was in the spirit of Yitzhak Kislev. And they're looking at the pictures. They get the one picture, and Shazar says to Zalman Kleinman, and what is this? He says, this is a Chassidish Fabrengen. So Shazar says, you mean what we just did? He says, no, what's going to happen after you leave? Anyway, the Fabrengen starts now. Bizyat, the Daven, Paltiel. There's a Chassidish Fabrengen. Rabbi Yossi, you should know every Chassidish Yom Tov, and every Chassidish Fabrengen, and every occasion when we get together and we talk about the Rebbe, and we talk about Avodas Hashem, it's about us. But darf das verstehen. Yeah, we're getting together for Chassidish Fabrengen. And we're talking about all the real things. We're small people. We're not real. We're small people. But we're connected to real things. And when we have a Fabrengen and we talk about real things, this is not academic. This is not alumnus. This is about finding tools, finding possibility, that the absolute truth that are Torah, that are Yiddishkeit, that are Hasidus, should be us. Can we do it perfectly? We can't do it perfectly. But we can't not do it at all, you understand? There is what you know, we can't do it. We're not big Hasidim, you know, but we're Hasidim. We're not big Hasidim, but we're Hasidim. I don't know why my phone is not behaving. Okay, 2000 Mensch. I'm sorry. Didn't say Yechi. Okay, Yechi but it's still not working. Yeah. Okay. It went on, so maybe Dika right. Maybe Dika worked. Dika dates it. There's a video where the Rebbe says you have to say Yeshu B'Seised. Because it says in Svarim, we say Yeshu B'Seised. So then you can hear better. Okay. Vinayim. Thank you for the correct Vinayim. Anyway, mit der Wissen, dass wegen uns, das ist ein Kinderlach. Whenever you come into a room, who's the most important person in the room? You know what the answer is? The youngest person. The youngest person. The alte bed, the weiße bed, mehechetese. This is the Rebbe. But the Rebbe always saw the person nobody saw. The Rebbe always sees the person nobody sees. And the Rebbe saw the kleine kinderlach. And the Rebbe looked at little kids. He didn't see little kids. He didn't see toys. He saw giants. He saw generals. And he invested. I have a friend. I want to be very careful not to give away his identity. But I have a friend who was taking on a very big responsibility someplace on planet Earth. And we talked about his job. It's not an easy job. But I said to him, never miss an opportunity to talk. And the younger they are, the more important it is. What is your name? Yeah. And what's your last name? Menachem Mendel Kaplan. You're not a Kohen, you're not a Levi, you're Yisrael. You are the most important person in this room. Unless there's somebody younger than you, then you're the second most important. Why? You know why? You know Chumash Rashi, you know Tanakh. There's two Maimorei Chazal, there's two Gemaras based on two Psukim. There's Vayehi and there's Vahoya. You know what Vayehi, Vahoya? Ein Vayehi El Lashon Tzar. Ein Vahoya El Lashon Simcha. You understand what that means? Vayehi b'me'ach HaShvedish, right? Vayehi b'mei Shved HaShvtim. And it was. So the Gemara says, anytime it says it was, it's bad. But when it says Vahoya, like Vahoya im Shamoya, if Vahoya, what's different? Vahi means it was. Vahoya means it's going to be. Right? You know Pirkei Avos? Yeah? Have a kal leroish v'noyach l'sishchoides. What do you mean sishchoides? Tzairus means the person with the black beard. Be very careful with young people. There's a Gemara about this also. Why? Young people you can push around, yeah? But first of all, they don't forget. And second of all, they're going to live longer than you. And third of all, when they're going to get back at you, you're going to be too old to defend yourself. Don't mess with young people. Why? That's the future. And then the Maaseh. Taita says this. Taita says this. The Rebbe always looked at the V'hoya, and he saw a Simcha. The Rebbe becomes a Rebbe and inherits a bunch of Alta Chassidim. And they were big Chassidim. They really were. But they were. What does that mean they were? Whatever they were going to be. Change? Not likely. Did Rebbe have questions? Später, Fabrengen.
No, it's not actually. I want to say something.
Really?
Yosef finished the first 2 chapters of Pirkei by heart.
Which is Yosef? You have to fully embarrass him. You can't just embarrass him halfway. What's his last name? Kastenberg.
Learn Aleph Beis is also about 2 years.
Pedic Aleph Beis Pirkei by heart. Baruch Hashem. You should never forget. The trick is, you should know, one of the diseases in America is, even if you learn something, you never review it. Why? You got to learn new stuff. But you have to review it. You should never forget it. When you're 50, you should still know those 2 parakim. Every week, you have to chazah these 2 parakim. And you'll never forget it. And you know what? You're not going to lose. You'll realize later that you didn't lose anything by reviewing. Faket, you'll actually learn more Torah, and you'll develop a chush not just in learning Torah, but retaining the Torah. Remembering it, not just letting it pass through, because you need to clear your memories have space for new material. Your hard drive, your memory will be big enough to store whatever you'll remember. You should be matzliach. Leave it at Torah, and make satfilis, be a chassidish yid. Hashem bless you with health and success. Techol klal chenim in Yisrael. L'chaim. So the Rebbe is always into V'hoya, not Vayihi. The Rebbe had old Chassidim, they were giants. The Rebbe had young Chassidim, they were American. I'll tell you a Lashon Hara. Rabbi, listen to me, Lashon Hara is special. I would say the names, but I don't want to get into trouble. There was a younger man. He's my father's age. So now he's 85 years old. But 60 years ago, he was 25 years old. Who was a very big Talmud. I'll tell you his name. His name was Rabbi Reitport. Harav Yitzchak Reitport. Rabbi Reitport is a real Goen. I think it's true that he's be'emes a boki b'shas, not the boki b'shas from the Amerikaner Steger. He's a big Talmud Chacham. When he made his first sefer, he made many sfarim, because the Rebbe pushed him to make many sfarim. He still makes many sfarim. The Rebbe paid for the publishing of the sefer. He had no money. The Rebbe paid and wrote basically a haskama. There's a letter from the Rebbe to him that the Rebbeim don't write haskamas, but then the Rebbe writes, Meid ani alov. The Rebbe writes, I am a witness that some leilas kayom b'shkidasi b'teira, he learned Teira day and night. And the Rebbe wrote a beautiful pilpul on the Oren and the Machlekes Rambam and Ramban about what the person of the Beis Hamikdash is based on something that he wrote on his sefer. It was more than Nikmakan of him. They basically wrote a haskama for a 25-year-old boy. I mean, he was born in Russia. One of his children just told me the other day that his father died before he could remember him. But he lost his mother for 10 years. They got disconnected. He was mamish ayosim. The Rebbe was his father. The Rebbe still his father. And the Rebbe had such a love for this Rabbi Reitport, you have no idea. At the same time that he was publishing his sefer, there was a famous chassid from Lubavitch who had passed away, and his children were publishing one of the big Go'onim, a big Iluyim in Lubavitch. Mistame, he was a bigger Talmud Chacham than each of that Reitport, especially when he was 25 years old. And the Mishpacha came to the Rebbe that the Rebbe should write a haskama on the sefer Beruri Halachas. And the Rebbe said, I don't write haskamas. So they said to the Rebbe, you wrote for each other Reitport, excuse me? And the Rebbe basically said, he is different. He's mine. Says, this is alles emes. This 25 younger man, the Rebbe said, this is mine. Why? Because it's V'hoya. It's what's going to be. And it's a truth. It's a truth. For me, it's a sad truth, because I'm already married. That the Rebbe looked at Bochrim and single girls as his children. I heard this from more than one person, that when Bochrim wrote to the Rebbe used to answer, the minute you became a chassan, the Rebbe said, Yitarov. A guy told me, I asked the Rebbe many questions. Every question I wrote, I got an answer. As soon as I got engaged, he sent me to Rav. I heard this from more than one person. The Rebbe always looked at Vahoya. Was wird sein? You know why? Kaplan. You could be a Gadol B'Yisrael. Me, never gonna happen. Why? Because I'm Vayehi, you're Vahoya. I'm still alive, but I'm fossilized, I'm hard, I'm fixed, I'm stuck, I'm a klippet. Young people can be anything. Young people can be anything. And the Rebbe looks, when you listen to the tapes where the Rebbe says, you hear the Rebbe saying it, Ha'echad yiyeh le'elef, u'shnayim yiyeh le'revav. You hear the tapes of the Rebbe speaking about how one can become 1,000 and two can become a myriad. Why? Because they're what's gonna be. They're what's gonna be. They're what's gonna be. And this is Lubavitch. This is us. This is Lubavitch. I read someplace, I forgot where I read it, that in Kfar Chabad there was a Gabbai. Kfar Chabad, the old Kfar Chabad, 50, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, Gabbai. I don't know who he was. But to be a Gabbai in Kfar Chabad, you had to get through the KGB and all the other secret organizations of the Soviet Union because they all lived in Kfar Chabad. There were a whole bunch of, every Michigan that lived in Kfar Chabad. Paranoid on top of paranoid. And that paranoid had great-grandchildren in Kfar Chabad. He was the Gabbai, and he always gave aliyahs to the kids. To the 13-year-olds, to the 14, and there were big chassidim in Kfar Chabad. They said, "Why are you giving kids aliyahs? Give us aliyahs." He says, "Nah." So why not? He says, "Because you're going to come to shul anyway." You're going to come to. I want these kids to know that they're valued, that they're important, that they have to come to shul. Why? Because the Gabbai in a room full of Yidden with white beards is going to give him an aliyah. Because this is not an aliyah for that little kid, it's an aliyah for all the people with the white beards. It's a very important yesod. It's a very important yesod. It's the secret of Lubavitch. I heard a story in the name of Rabbi David Edelman. I didn't hear it from him, but they say it in his name. Rabbi David Edelman from Springfield, Massachusetts, served the Rebbe for 60 years. He's mamish, one of the most important soldiers. And the Mesiras Nefesh that generation of Shluchim have, nobody even understands how hard it was. I was in Springfield, and I spent time with his children, and they talked about his Yisurim Nefesh Pasha that he suffered. He served the Rebbe his whole adult life. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But he's a chassid. A chassid serves. So Rabbi Edelman told a story. This is the story that I heard in his name. I didn't hear it from him. That in 1973, Tafshan Lamed 50 years ago this year, it was the 50th anniversary since the Yom Kippur War. And they came from the Israeli delegation to the United Nations. They would come Simchas Torah. A young man, a ben Torah, said to me, Api Halacha, they came on Simchas Torah. Why? They were Israelis. By then there's no 2 days Yom Tov. So I said it in one of my recordings. So Arav and Yisrael sent me a note. It says in Shulchan Aruch that if you are an Israeli, live in Chutz La'aretz, you're not allowed to do malacha barab. So it's not so pashut, you know. So I said to him, I said that that's me. I didn't say that in the name of the Rebbe, but it says in Shulchan Aruch. Anyway, they would come to the Rebbe. They walked. Of course, they walked from Manhattan to Crown Heights. And the limousines just drove with just the chauffeurs who were goyim. Anyway, it was the middle of the Yom Kippur War. When the Yom Kippur, I was 8. I remember it. I was 8. I remember my father would sit in Shushka with his friends and push me away. I shouldn't listen. So, of course, I paid attention. It's a terrible war. Everything that we won in the 6-Day War, we lost in the Yom Kippur War. We won the Yom Kippur War. But the gaiva that we had, I remember before the Yom Kippur, I remember how proud you were to be a Jew. The Yom Kippur War. We won the war. It was a terrible war. We're still... I say that the greatest moment in the Jewish history since the Holocaust was the 6-Day War, and the worst moment was the Yom Kippur War, which is a war that we won. There were bigger miracles. But okay. So the story that he says is that the Israeli delegation came to 770 for Hakafas. They would come every year. And the whole bunch of people would come. I remember them. They would get the second Hakafah. The second Hakafah, Simchas Torah night, was always the Israeli delegation. And they would hold the Sefer Torah like the Israelis, you know, above their heads, how they dance. It was a sight to see. It was special. It was special for the Rebbe. It was special for them. And a few of them would approach the Rebbe and say Shalom Aleichem on behalf of the group. The leaders of the delegation would actually talk to the Rebbe. They describe, I saw it in their writings, it was the war started Yom Kippur. Simchas Torah is Chav Gimel. It was less than 2 weeks into the war. The first few days were terrible. Terrible, terrible. But by this time, the tide had begun to turn. I mean, Eibush made nisim in place. The Rebbe said to Geshe Ber, the day after Yom Kippur, the Rebbe was walking on 770, and he saw Rabbi Jacobson, the father of the famous Rabbi Jacobsons. Why Jacobsons? Their father was a reporter, had a newspaper. The Rebbe said to him as he walked by him, Schreib, write in the paper there'll be bigger miracles in the 6-day war. There were. Because we needed the miracles. Why? Because we acted like donkeys. In other words, we created the circumstance where we needed the Hbur to do even better. If we had behaved in the Yom Kippur War, behaved in the 6-day war, we wouldn't have what we have now. But not the time, and I'm not the person. But the everyone talks about hostages. It's not about hostages, it's about finishing. It's about finishing. If we will finish this war, we'll never have to fight another. And we won't finish this war, but the Rebbe has proven himself so beyond the shadow of a doubt. The world says ceasefire. Ceasefire means come back and fight tomorrow. That's what it means. Ceasefire means they should never fire again. You have to. The only way to defeat Arabs is to conquer them and to humiliate them. Now, it's not nice, but I want to ask you a question. What's better, an embarrassed Arab or a dead Arab? If you ask the Arab, he'd much rather be dead than embarrassed. But ask the United Nations, the righteous goyim who are judging us. You want them to be dead or shamed? They have to be shamed, you have to finish. But unfortunately, like a friend of mine always says, I'm afraid of Jews. They have free will. Okay, but it's so unbelievably painful. So 50 years ago, they came Simchas Torah to the Rebbe. It was in the middle of the war. And I've seen descriptions where they walked in and they saw the Simcha. They couldn't believe it. Because the whole Jewish world was very distraught, was very downtrodden. But the Rebbe screamed from before Sukkot, Yud Gimel Tishrei already, that the way to win this war is with Simcha. The Rebbe said the Eibishter arranged that the war is being fought in a time that you're not allowed to say Tachanun. There's a Sikh, in Gimel, the Sikh is Muga. The Rebbe spoke in Fabrengen, and the Sikh has been to the Sikh is Chelik Yudalad and Neisafas. That you're not allowed to say Tachanun. Why? Because the Eibishter's message is that you're going to win this war with Simcha. Anyway, they went over to the Rebbe by the Hakofas. And this is what Rabbi Edelman heard. That the Rebbe said to them that the problem with the Israeli military, that the what was the word they used? The general staff is too old. And they have old tactics. They don't understand the evolving nature of military warfare. And they're not adapting the tactics to the new realities, to the new weapons, to the new weapon systems. I mean, today it's Shalei Be'erech, because everything today is smart. You know, it's 50 years ago they were still shooting dumb bombs, which makes it very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. But you win the war on the computer. So the Rebbe says to them that the problem with the Israeli officer corps is that they're too old. So one of the members of the delegation says to the Rebbe, we know that. And we've already replaced 40% of our officer corps with younger officers. And the Rebbe says loud enough for Rabbi Edelman to hear. Not enough! And then it turns around and swings his hand at 770 and says loud, 80% of my army is under the age of 20. 80% of my army is under the age of 20. Now I want you to understand what that means. What happens when you put a gun in the hands of a 16-year-old, huh? He's too stupid to be afraid. But he's also too stupid to have judgment. And the Rebbe says, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'd rather have a lebete junger man than an alte dinosaur, as they say. The secret of Lubavitch is young people. Young people don't have so much seichel. young people don't think so much. But you have a Rebbe, and the young person listens to the Rebbe, and the Eibishter helps. The story of Lubavitch is not the Vayehi, it's the Vahoya. All people always know that you have Shala Vicha V'Yageit Chazakinecha V'Yem Lolach Eltere Chasidim. You have to listen to Eltere Chasidim. You have to take advice from them, and it's true. Older people are wiser. Older people are humbler. Older people have experience, and you need to get that wisdom and that experience, that humility. But young people have koyach, and the ikir is a young person's book is not yet written. And a young person could be anything. A young person could be ein safe. A young person could be bligvul. And that's how the Rebbe looks at Kinderlach. Kaplan, you're listening. You are the future. You are the Vahoya. Everybody else in this room is old. And the Rebbe should give you seichel to grow up to be a very, very successful soldier, to make a dirli is barach b'tachtenim, and the great bracha I could give you is that even when you're old, you should still be the Vahoya and not the Vayehi. You should still be what's gonna be and not what was. You understand? Because the transitioning from Vahoya to Vayehi doesn't have a chronological rule. It's a subjective thing. You know, there are people who are 20 already old, and the people who are 80 who are still young. What is it? What makes the determination? Your attitude. Your attitude. The Rebbe met the Alta Yidden by the Machane Yisrael Development Fund. All these rich Jews came to the Rebbe. The Rebbe was like 85, 86 years old. And the Rebbe said to them, don't look at me as an old man with old ideas. Look at me as a young man with fresh ideas. That's what the Rebbe said. Don't look at me as a has-been, a Vayehi. Look at me as a Vahoya. Vahoya. Why? Because the Rebbe is a Lakus. And the Lakus doesn't have Adidas like Golis. And we're Makusha Telakus. And in Arias Kashas Telakus, it's possible that we should also not have Medidas Vagbalas. L'chaim Yiddish Kinder, l'chaim Shnei Zal Min Semach, l'chaim v'levrocha. L'chaim al Yiddish Kinder, l'chaim v'levrocha, l'chaim v'levrocha, l'chaim v'levrocha. Nu zog achsidish niggin. The Rebbe had feeling of like this niggin. Tere-ra, tere-ya, ha-ma-ma-ma, ya-da-i, la-da-da-i, oh-i, la-da-da-i, nu, ah-i-da-i-da-i, oh, yeah-da-da-da-da-da, oh, yeah-da-da-da. If you're not going to sing, I'm going to sing on the mic. No. Come on. Okay, l'chaim, everybody, l'chaim. Rabbi Emmanuel. L'chaim, l'chaim, table shalom. Sitting. We can go back a long time.
No, look l'chaim.
L'chaim, 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 L'chaim v'levracha, l'chaim v'levracha. You know, does anybody know about the Friedrich Rebbe's letter that's called Dafke? Is anybody familiar? You have the Friedrich Rebbe's letters here? Bring me Chelik Aleph, please. Bitte, bitte. Does anybody know? It's like a Valdika letter. So I'm waiting to come in. I'll try to translate it in English. It's kind of hard to do, but we'll do our best. Does anybody know about the Friedrich Rebbe's letter that's called Dafke? We'll say L'chaim Dafke. L'chaim, what's your name, young man? You said hello before. Yeah. Shalom Aleichem. Hands are all dirty. Chazak Ramat.
Chazak. Thank you so much for coming.
We need to go into Vashlema.
Amen.
Okay, so do me a favor. If you like what you hear, send it to other people.
I will send it to
Fatima Yanis. Yes, inside Chassidus. I have no shame. I'm inside Chassidus. That ORG, that's my business. That's my schus. That's my job. L'chaim. L'chaim v'levracha. You know what it is? If you know what your job is, you're good. The Rebbe has to worry about the whole world. You have to do your little piece. I have a friend who met me in inside Chassidus. Who's a shliach. And he had ambition to bring a certain project. Someone gave him some money, a lot of money. But a lot of money is actually not so much. Everything is relative. So he had this idea that he's going to bring his endeavor, what he does, to the whole world. And he almost bankrupted himself. He had all this money, but he needed much more than he was given. And he was mamish plotting, and Hashem helped him. He survived. He says, and I remembered what the Rebbe said. Every shliach has his corner. You stay in your lane, you do your thing. Don't worry about the whole world. If a person can figure out, no, it's not a joke. If you could figure out what the Rebbe wants from you, then you got to do it. And you're never allowed to retire. You're never allowed to get lazy. You're never allowed to quit. You can't find it? You didn't try so hard. Okay, we'll go to Hebrew books and we'll find it. So l'chaim. So you have to sing a niggin. You'll sing a niggin. I'll find the dafka letter. L'chaim. What's your name? Katz. You're a kohen. What's your first name? Moshe Ben. I'm Yossi Paltiel. I'm not a kohen. From Tzvas. I'm from Crown Heights. L'chaim.
You know about the Friedrich Rebbe that he sent to the soldiers in the Second World War?
What did he send them? Tell me. How do you know about it?
Because I spoke to a biography about Saj. You remember who Saj?
Sure, I remember Saj. He fought in the Second World War?
He was in the Second World War.
He's that old?
He was there when Eisenhower called in all the soldiers to the Ordorf concentration camps. It's a live concentration camp.
Yeah.
Where Eisenhower said that he called all the troops and all the
They should witness.
press. Because in the future people will say that it never.
Right, yeah. So Sarge was in the Second World War. I remember Sarge.
People didn't know. He sent us to the
So I work here now. Her maiden name is Rosemont. So you
moved from Australia to Florida?
No, I live in Australia, but I came here for a few weeks to spend time with her family.
Oh, so it's not nice. So you saw my cousin.
Yeah, same. My brother told you, right?
He told me that you listened to me. Yeah.
On Spotify, there's a feature that they send once a year, like what percentage you are of a certain artist. Like you're in the top 10, you're in the top 5 listeners to the artist. I reckon I'm probably in the top 5%. That would be a pretty conservative bet.
Who is?
I'm in the top 5% from the inside this.
Oh, very good.
So, Grace Ashkaya.
Chazak. Okay. Fellow
Sorry, didn't remember him.
Somehow it shows up in my feed these sharp drop lines.
Maybe I'll give you more than just a shock.
No, but the sharp drop lines. You know what I'm talking about.
You know exactly.
You're going to believe this. A story you can't believe.
Starting late though, because I'm coming in. You could get into the basement after in the morning around 8 a.m.
Maybe 7:30, 7:45, 8 o'clock. It's like give you the key. He wants to go to the back door and just go himself. Are you going to stay till the end?
I gotta write down the address. This is the key to your house. Here's your host, Rabbi Smith.
Shalom Aleichem.
Come whenever you want.
You're a big Talmud Chacham. Say, hey, so it's like a Talmud Chacham. That's Lashon Hara. There are worse Lashon Haras. I'm sorry.
You're sitting next to somebody.
Yeah. Hi, Lila. Okay. So you'll drop me off.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
only 2 blocks away.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for hosting.
And he's gonna drive you to Beis Menachem tomorrow morning, okay?
They have a mikveh in shul, right?
They have a shul. They have a mikveh in Beis Menachem. He said between 7:30 and 8. Is that okay? Rabbi Smith. He said between 7:30 and 8. You want him to knock on your door, or do we get him anyway? Rabbi, he said you can knock on his door. This is Zach. His first time in the shave off. This came 2 weeks ago. All these guys just learn all the bass, you know? This is a nice boy over there. See that guy in the black hat there? He just learned all the bass.
Amazing.
He's a basketball player in public school and he wears a yarmulke.
Okay, Rabbi say, I want your attention, please. This is the Igris Kodesh for the Fabrengen Rebbe, the previous Lubavitcher, volume 1, page 448, Tov Memches. After I read this letter, you're going to want to look it up, so remember the page number, Tov Memches. The Moshe Madayevsky. He was the Rav of a Chassidish city called Haral. Zokt says that Chassidus is built on Dafke. How do you translate Dafke in English? Dafke.
Specifically.
Dafke means Dafke. Dafke, Rabbi Sitru. Dafke.
I understand this.
Yeah, exclusively. Dafke azoi und nicht anders. Precisely this way and no other. And then comes a list. Zitaten von Chassidische in Yonim. I'm sorry, I gotta read the Yiddish. Zitat means a quote of Chassidic ideas. Aleph, numero uno. Der Eibishter hat doch kennt beschaffen a Ruchnisdike Welt. Nicht als a Gashmisdike. No, der Ebesh hat beschaffen Dafke a gashmitzige Welt. God Almighty could have created a spiritual world that's not so material. But God Almighty created Dafke, precisely, exclusively, emphatically, a physical world. Der Ebesh hat gekent geben, die Teirun, die Mitzvahs Malachim. No, der Ebesh hat Dafke gegeben, Teirun, Mitzvahs Menschen. If God Almighty wished, He could have given the Torah and mitzvahs to angels. You know what angels are? Angels are incredibly well behaved. They're well, do every time what they do. But they don't ever exercise free will. They're a bunch of puppets. And the Eibishter Dafke emphatically, precisely insisted on giving the Torah to people. Number 3. Der Eibishter hat gekannt, aufheben alle Jiden auf den Himmel und dorten sie geben die Torah und Mitzvahs. No, der Eibishter hat Dafke gegeben die Torah und Mitzvahs of der Gashmizdike Welt. God Almighty could have lifted up the Jewish people to the heavens, to the sky, like they were in the desert, like it says in Chumash, and give them the Torah Mitzvahs there. But Hashem Dafke emphatically, precisely, exclusively, specifically gave the Torah Mitzvahs in the physical world. Number 4. Der Eibishter hat gekannt machen, als ein Mensch soll nicht haben kein Yetzer Hara und Pratayit. Nur der Eibishter hat gemacht, als ein Mensch soll Dafke haben ein Yetzer Hara. Parenthesis. Und ich will auch sagen, als die Gemara sagt, this is not for you, Rabbi said, don't listen yet. Kodel agodel mechavere yitzre godel. Der was is gresser at the gresser Yetzer Hara. Hashem could have made people in general, and Jews in particular, shouldn't have a Yetzer Hara. But the Eibishter made that the person should dafke have a Yetzer Hara, and then the Rebbe says in parentheses, I'll tell you a secret. That the Gemara says that the greater you are in terms of your potential, the bigger is your Yetzer Hara. Number 5. Der Eibishter gekent machen, als alle sollen lieb haben Jeden. Nur der Eibishter hat gemacht Dafke, als alle Völker sollen Feind haben Jeden. Parenthesis, die Berge Wassere der Eibishter gegeben die Teira heißt Sinai. Sagt die Gemara, Sinai ist Sinne, Feindschaft. Weil Jeden hat man so schön, rein, kluge Teira, der Pfarr hat man sehr Feind. God Almighty could have made that everybody should love the Jews. But Hashem made Dafke that all the nations of the world don't like the Jews. Parenthesis, the mountain on which the Torah was given is called Sinai. And the Gemara says the Sinai means hatred. Because we have such a beautiful, pure, and wise Torah, people hate us out of jealousy. Number 6. Der Eibishter hat gekent machen, als alle Jiden sollen sein Chassidim. Der Eibishter gemacht Dafke, als früher sie gewinnt Misnagdim. Und nach dem seine für sie die beste geworden Chassidim. Hashem could have made that all the Jewish people should be Chassidim, but the Eibishter made Dafke, the first we should not be Chassidim, and then some of us should become Chassidim. Number 7. Der Eibishter kann machen, als alle Chassidim haben gute Kämpfe mit guten Herzen. Nur der Eibishter hat gemacht Dafke, als alle Chassidim gewöhnliche Kämpfe und gar gewöhnliche Chassidim. Hashem could have made all Chassidim should have good heads and pure hearts. But the Eibishter made Dafke, trying to say Dafke, emphatically, precisely, exclusively, specifically, the Chassidim should have ordinary brains and all kinds of midas reis. It doesn't say that, but that's a mental foot. Der Eibishter kennt machen, as alle Chassidim soll haben chassidische frumme Kinder. This is the most important one of all. Nur der Eibishter hat gemacht Dafke. Als in alle chassidische Kep drimmelt sich Amin zu mischen ish. Sie wissen alle nicht, was sie wollen. Hashem should have made that all the chassidim should have chassidic and from children. But the Eibishter made Dafke, that chassidische kinderlach in their head, they're drimmelt. Drimmelt means they're dreaming. A confusion. They don't know themselves what they want. And then the Friedrich Rebbe concludes. Und azay is veran gor asar Dafkes. Dafka azay und nicht anders. And just like I listed, these 8, you should know there's multiple Dafkes. What does Dafka mean? This is how it's supposed to be, this way and no other way. Now, we don't like it. We don't agree with it. We think it's a bad choice. Finish your sentence, Emmanuel. But nobody asked us.
Okay.
He's in charge. He does what he wants, and we got to react. Wait, I'm not finished. One second. I need to use my finger. Die ganze Sach besteht nur in Dafke. It all consists on Dafke. Emphatically and precisely and exclusively so. Dafke beschaffen a gashmisige Welt. Dafke created a physical world. Dafke gegeben die Maternal mitzvahs Menschen und nicht Malachim. Dafke gave Teda to human beings, not to angels. Dafke gegeben Teda mitzvahs auf der Erde. Dafke gave Teda mitzvahs on this earth. Dafke soll der Mensch haben a Yetzer Hara. Dafke, the person should have a Yetzer Hara. Dafke soll man jeden Feind haben. Dafke, the Jewish people are not loved. Dafke soll man geboren werden am Misnaget, which all born with an aversion to Chassidus. Dafke soll man haben für a proster Kopf v'chulu. We start out dumb, unmotivated. Dafke sollen die Kinder früher tun sich. That first the kids, that means the Chassidische kids, that means our kids, my kids, should make a lot of noise. Und nachdem stellen sich auf eine gesunde Weg. And finally they're going to figure out how to be healthy, normal. Die alle Dafkes, all of these Dafkes, und noch zendliche Tausend zu sehen, there are tens of thousands of more, precisely so and no other way, wenden sich on die Dafke. Depend on one Dafke above all other Dafkes. Listen carefully, Kinderlach, carefully. I apparently drank some whiskey. As mizol Dafke vel in the memes. We should Dafke want the truth. Jemals then is the Chassidische Kind mit der proste Kopf und wird geboren am Misnagit und etwas haben ihm Feind mit der Yetzer Hara auf der Erde, nicht kein Malach in der gashmisige Welt, wird kennen euch arbeiten sein proste Kopf und euch besser in seine proste Gerobe sitten, which means Midas. Und jemals wird werden von am Misnagit der Chosset. Und alle Völker wollen Mädchen sein, dass jeden müssen lieben. Und die Yetzer Hara wird werden a Yetzer Tev. Und die gashmisige Welt wird anheben, leichten, rein, klar wie der Himmel. Dann will Malachim verstehen, als die Neshama ist einen Hecher. How do you translate that into English? I'll try. These dafkes, and tens of thousands of others, all depend on one dafke. You have to want the truth. And then, a Hasidic kid who's got a head of stone, born on Misnagit, and everybody hates him, with the Yetzer Hara on this world, there's no angel in the Gashmistic world, physical world, will be able to work over his head of wood and refine his ordinary, crude character traits. And then the Misnagit becomes a chassid, and all the nations will admit that the Jewish people needs to be loved. The Yetzer Hara becomes a Yetzer Tev. The evil inclination becomes a good inclination. And the physical world begins to shine clear, clean and clear, like the sky. And even the angels will know that the soul is better than an angel. And that's how this letter finishes. Ay, 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 ay. Of tzalachas. Of tzalachas. Of tzalachas. Think about I don't know what to say. I'll tell you a story. You know Tanakh? Anybody know Tanakh? We don't need to. We don't know anything. In the name of Chassidus, are you my story from this week? Are you my story? Or there's some guy from Kloisenberg. He looks like you a little bit. His beard looks similar to you. Hello. In Tanakh there's a story. Emmanuel, listen carefully. Okay, and if Shlomo had a guitar, I would say, open up your heart, open up your heart. Open up your heart. I don't even do it good. Yeah. There was a fellow, his name was Yonason. Yonason was the son of Shaul HaMelech. Shaul HaMelech, honestly, is one of the most tragic personalities in the whole Tanakh. He's a korban. It's not fair. I always say that God has favorites, God has pets. And then God has what they call the omegas, the guys he picks on, you know. Who are his favorites? Who are Hashem's favorites? Avraham Avinu and David HaMelech. They can do no wrong. Who is able to pick on? The firsts. Hey, you think? You mamish think? You think? He picks on Adam Rishon. He picks on Reuven ben Yaakov. and he picks on Shaul ben Kish, the firsts. They were these massive, massive, massive souls, but they were not grounded. David was not as great as Shaul, but he was grounded. Shaul ben Kish was a victim of circumstances. The Jews asked for a king. Hashem said, not yet, but the Jews insisted, so they had to pick a korban, and the korban was Shaul ben Kish. Shaul was a tzaddik. The pasuk says, Ben Shona Echas Shaul b'Molchei. The Gemara brings this. Shaul HaMelech became a king at the age of 1 year old. I say it in the Gemara. The pasuk, the Tanakh, and the Navi. So the Gemara says, what are you talking? He was from the 400 men who survived Pelegesh Begiva. He was a year old, and for the Gemara, Beloichet, when he became a king, he was as pure as a 1 year old. So how big a tzaddik was Shaul ben Kish? How big a tzaddik was he? And he became a paranoid meshuganer because of his position. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. Anybody who reads the Tanakh says, what was Hashem picking on him? What did he want? He never asked for it. Hashem gave him a job, and the Eibishter saw to it personally that he would fail. Why? Because it's not his. It belongs to David HaMelech. So Shaul ben Kish, Mamish, he's a real Azazel. You ever learned about Azazel? You know about Azazel? You look into the Shoyin about Azazel. Azazel's Yom Kippur. And the Ramban, when he speaks about Azazel, says, I'm afraid you should misunderstand me. Azazel means you throw klipa a bone. That's how the Shoyin explain it. But what did Shaul do? And he's pariah number one. The Eibishter put him in a position, if you look in the Sfarim, that it was almost impossible. It was as close to impossible as it could be, short of being action. In other words, the says in Shalom, the Eibishter didn't take away his free will. But he took away his free will minus the smallest fraction. Now, if you could reduce the possibility to make a good choice to the smallest percentage, that's how much Bechira Chav Shaul HaMelech had. And he failed. And it's a Achmanis on him. It's Achmanis. But he had a son named Yonasan. Yehoinasan. Yonasan was in his father's image. He was a Godel, the Yisrael. He was David HaMelech's brother-in-law. David HaMelech married their sister. And Yonasan ben Shaul understood that his father is wrong. You read the Tanakh Macha Chodesh, and Yonasan defended David HaMelech. And his father tried to kill him. And the Mishnah says in Pirkei Avos, Ezi ava she'ena tluya bedava zu avas David v'Yonasan. What is an example of truly unconditional love, real love? It's David and Yonasan's love. And of course, you also have in Heintika Pasha the Chbala Bilam, right? All the Midas Rois. In Pirkei Avos, Pirkei Chamishi, we speak about this. And what happens? What happens? He gets killed. Yonasan ben Shaul is killed alongside his father in a war. Before he was killed, him and David made a pact of loyalty, a pact of love, that Yonasan was going to support David HaMelech, even though his father wanted David HaMelech to be killed. But Yonasan knew that David was a tzaddik, and that David was right, and he was Mashiach Hashem. David HaMelech was actually the anointed one of God. And Yonasan loved his father, don't misunderstand. But as much as he loved his father, he knew that David HaMelech shall have a kayam. So why did he have to get killed? Why? Why? What would have happened if Yonasan lived? You know what would have happened if Yonasan lived? There would have been a balanced world. If you don't David HaMelech is Bittel, David HaMelech is Malchus, Yonasan is Yud Keva of Nasan. Together it would have been it would have been the perfect Yosef and Yehuda. You know, the Eitz Echad, Eitz Yehuda, Eitz Ephraim. This was David and Yonasan. And Yonasan had to die. Why? What the answer is? Dafka Zeh Nishtandish. Because this world belongs to God. And God don't ask anybody's opinion. Verstehst? Chatzel de la Meise. It's a story. Now, you're not going to think that the stories are parallel, but I think they are. And who am I? Who cares? It's after midnight. I can say whatever I want. If you're still here, no one's forcing you to stay here. There was a chassid of the Alter Rebbe whose name was Pinchas Reizes. The Pinchas Reizes was the son of Reb Henach Shik, who was the Av Bezin of Shklov. He was a Godel, Yisrael, a Gon. Reb Henach Shik was a big Misnagid. The Pinchas Reizes was a big Chassid. But the father and the son were very close. It's a long story, it's not for now. The Pinchas Reizes did not have any children. The Alter Rebbe, he begged Alter Rebbe for children. Alter Rebbe said to him, I'll give you anything in the world, I'm not giving you children. The Pinchas Reizes was by the Mittel Rebbe, a Chassid. The Alter Rebbe gave him a tzavah, an oral tzavah, says the Beis Rebbe, that it's on him to see to it that the Mittel Rebbe should be Malim Makayim Kachek. He was a Chassid, the Mittel Rebbe also. He passed away by Soysan Lubavitch. He listened. Yeah, I'm about to get to that. The Mittel Rebbe went to his Levaya. His death resulted in the Mittel Rebbe's arrest for reasons that you can read about. When the Mittel Rebbe came back from his Levaya, the Mittel Rebbe said, quote, Der Feldmarschall von Chassidus is weg. The field marshal of Chassidus has died. It's a word. Okay, he said it. What does it mean? I think it means, what's a field marshal? A field marshal is the highest ranking officer in uniform. That's a field marshal, right? And the way our governments work is the head of state is the head of the military, right? The president, Rahman al-Islam, try not to think about it because you won't sleep tonight. He's the one who has the football, you understand? He's the one who decides if we should drop the atom bomb on the Russians or not. He's not sure if Khrushchev is the prime minister or Brezhnev. He can't make up his mind, he's not sure. But for sure, Andropov, not yet. But anyway, the head of state is head of the military, but he wears a suit and a tie. It's called the higher-ups, right? The Joint Chiefs of Staff. The highest-ranking officer in military uniform is a field marshal. So the Mittel Rebbe said, there's a field marshal. But the field marshal didn't have any children. This is my hergish, my interpretation. So when the Pinchas Reizes passed away, the Mittel Rebbe said, Chassidus has lost something, it's not going to have it. It's over. The Alter Rebbe was a Rebbe, Nasi Yisrael, and there was a field marshal. There was a general who led on the front. The Mittel Rebbe had a field marshal, and the field marshal died childless. Why? Why? Why did Yonason have to die? Why? If you learned the Chassidus about Daven and Yonason, if Yonason had lived, it would have been wow. But he died. Why? Because the Eibishter runs the world. And he doesn't ask anybody's advice, not even David HaMelech. I will never forget the Sikha. I was at the Fabrengen. It was Simchas Teire, Tov, Shin, Mem, Zayin, I guess. Tashmam Zayin. I was a shlich in California. We came for Sukkot. And because we were in California, so I was made a heter. I didn't go on a far taluch. I went to Mechol Shul. So I could read by the Fabrengen, the Simchas Teire, the night before our office. And the Rebbe spoke to Sikha, which is now in the Kudah Sikhas, Asher Shibarta, Yashakech, Asher Shibarta. It's in the Kudah Sikhas. It's in Stamech Elik Lamedaled. It's in Hebrew. Nesoy Libe Shal Meisha Lishber Esaluchas. You know, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know the Sikha? Yes or no? You know the Sikha. Anybody else? You know the Sikha? You know the Sikha? It's the last Rashi and Chumash. The last three psukim of the Torah are a hesped, or a eulogy of Moshe Rabbeinu. Well, who's the maspid? Who's saying the hesped? The Torah. The Torah doesn't have no guzmas, no exaggerations. And the Torah describes the Chol Eiseis v'Ameivsim. It's 2 or 3 psukim. Le'yikol meid nov Yisrael k'meisha edoy lekim ponim al ponim. Does anybody know the Chumash by heart? Nu l'chol Eiseis v'Ameivsim asher asa Meisha le'einei kol Yisrael. So each one of these words, Rashi translates what they mean. What does it mean? But on the words Le'einei Kol Yisrael, Rashi says, Nisoy libe shal Meisha lishber esaluches v'hiskim HaKadosh Baruch Hu l'daitich meshikosav asher shibarta asher shibarta. That's how the Chumash finishes. Or the last words of the Hesped for Moshe Rabbeinu, that the soil Moshe Rabbeinu's heart was uplifted to break the luchas, to shatter the luchas abris, and the Eibishter agreed with him, like it says, Asher Shibarta, that you broke. Asher is Lashon Ba'ashri, like Asher Nasi Yecheto, Asher Hadar, Ba'ashnu, Yashek, I thank you for breaking the luchas. That's how the Chumash finishes. So the Rebbe asked a question. That's the last words of the Hesped from Moshe Rabbeinu? You're speaking about the greatness of Moshe Rabbeinu. When you say a eulogy, you would imagine you would leave the best for last. The greatest thing of Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchas. And the Rebbe spoke about Moshe Rabbeinu. I'll never forget the Sikha. The Sikha is printed, but I was there. The Rebbe was so emotional. Zog the Gemara Menachos. Moshe Rabbeinu, Oyev Yisrael Hoya. I can't tell you the hergish. The Rebbe cried out, Zog the Gemara Menachos. The Rebbe was not in the habit of quoting the Mashiach yet. But the Gemara says in Menachos, who is Moshe Rabbeinu? He loved Jews. And the Rebbe brought the Rashi in Yevon Parshas Kisisa. That there's a Maaseh with a Shivcha, with the Arusasa Shal Melech, that he breaks the Ksubah to save the queen. The end of the Chumash finishes that Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchas to save the Jewish people. The Rashi said, what Rashi say is, as Kol B'nei Echel Yechel Bey. If a person has one inyan not b'sei, he's not a korban Pesach, and he called it a kula, so Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchas. But I remember the Rebbe cried out, "Er hat sich mit keinem nicht mehr Yasha gewesen. Er hat sich mit keinem nicht durchgerät." And the Rebbe screamed, "Afilu nicht mit Eibishter allein." Moshe Rabbeinu did not consult anybody. He didn't talk it over, not even with the Eibishter himself. He saw that Yidden were in Sakon and he broke the luchas. He shattered the luchas. Why? He wanted to save the Jewish people. That's more or less the Sikha. It's more or less the Sikha. It's more or less the Sikha. The point is this. The point, would you imagine any one of our Rabbeim stopping for 1 minute to ask the question, why did Yonasan have to die? Now you know how many Yonasans there are? Do you know how many Yonasans there are? Do you know how many people?
Every day, mamish. And the Rebbe never asks that question. You know why? Because dafke. This is God's world. And He does what He wants. And we have to do what He says. And there's no questions. It's not easy. That's what dafke means. When you read this letter, it's a cute letter. You know, it's like a cute letter. But if you will extrapolate from these dafkes, Durgang went through a shoya, Rahman al-Islam. We went through a Holocaust, which it's 80 years ago, the Holocaust. Aber man kann sich nicht vorstellen. We can't even imagine what this is. And you just don't ask why. You just don't ask why. You just...
What about Mrs. Lapine?
Yeah. What about?
Didn't he ask why?
No, he didn't ask why. He didn't ask why. He protested. And he also said, you remember, how old were you then?
What year was it?
1992, how old were you?
12.
Ask your brother.
11.
Ask your brother who was in my class, who was Dovi. Ask your brother. Your brother, you know what he said, did I ever say Yemot? Did I ever say, Chabmeire, es wird von dem Areis geben, nicht kein gute Sache. The Rebbe made a protest. And then the Rebbe said, I better stop speaking, because maybe from my words something not good will come. It was weeks before the stroke. Weeks before the stroke. Listen to the tapes. Listen to the tapes. Listen to the tapes. There's a dafke. Now, I don't mean to pull a cloud of darkness over everybody's... Did Rabbeim, let me finish, if you don't mind. Did Rabbeim, the Nesim, unsere Rebbe, think about the Friedrich Rebbe. How many of his own Hasidim did he lose? How many Yohanesans did the Friedrich Rebbe, how many field marshals did the Abish take away from him? What did the Friedrich Rebbe do? He kept right on going. Why? Dafke. Dafke. What's dafke? He knows. I don't gotta know, I gotta do. I don't have to know, I have to do. Now, I'm speaking to this Nosen here, this Amerikaner by Yisurim. We speak the same language. Everything is relative.
Very good boy,
Of course he is. As are you, Menachem Mendel.
He's an unbelievable kid.
And so are you. The difference between you and him is he believes that you have to believe it too.
I believe it. I believed it then and I believe it now.
About you.
The difference is now you believe it.
Oh, very good. Very good. I got to drink to that. L'chaim v'levracha. Zay matzliach. Zay gebet. L'chaim v'levracha. Very good. Okay. Good. I'm Ani Ba'al, as my son says.
Ellie's brother. Give that to him.
Aminut. See, so here's the situation. Kinderlach. How does life go? How does life go? How does life go? How does life go? To answer the question, however Hashem wants it. What do we have to do? We have to do what the Eibishter wants. INF, right? INF. What's INF? What's INF? It's a secret agency, it's a secret department in the CIA. It's not fair. It's not fair. Yeah. There's INF and there's INMF. It's not my fault. There's its famous into the agencies. They both lead to the same, you know where. The way the Eibishter set up his world is Dafke. We just read the letter, Dafke. Read the letter again. Dafke.
Where's the source?
Where's the source? Page Igris Kadish of the Friedrich Rebbe, volume 1, page Tov Memches 448. Write it down, look it up. It's a sugar letter. The Eibishter made his world on Dafke, which means this: every person at every moment in his life has to know that the way his life is Dafke. Who decided it? And what do we got to do? We got to roll. We got to roll. Whatever the Eibishter wants, this is our avoid that every minute in our life. And you know what? It's hard. It's hard. We all have a plan. We all have an understanding or an opinion. And we all have an expectation. And I would say for the most part, what we understand, what we expect, we get. But not 100%. And that's where the dafka comes in. The dafka comes in when the Eibishter gives us a test that we didn't expect, that we don't want, and we don't agree with, and we're right. We're really, really right. He's wrong. There's this idea of dafke. The world is exactly the Eibishter wants it. You know what Mashiach means? Really, you know what Mashiach means? This is just my take. Mashiach means that your innocent doesn't die. Mashiach means that if there's something good that can make the world better, it'll be here. David and Yonis work together. That's Mashiach. It says in Chassidus, in the Marma Yigash, there's Yosef and there's Yehuda. Yosef and Yehuda. This is David and Yonis, and they work together. Yonis doesn't have to die, but until Mashiach comes, until there's Gal Malach Mashiach, there's this phenomenon of Dafke, and this is the purpose of each person. The purpose of each person is to embrace the dafke. The life I have is a life I'm supposed to have. The way it is the way it's supposed to be. And we cannot afford to waste 1 minute on complaining. We have to spend our life doing what we can do and what we must do, which is our purpose. And it's the only way to redeem the dafke. The only way, you can't make sense out of the dafke, because Eibishter's, I'm not allowed to say in the Fabrengen what the Eibishter is yet, because Emmanuel's never going to bring me back to Florida again, and I like Emmanuel, he's a nice guy. The Eibishter is the Eibishter. You can't negotiate with God. You can't. And you know what else? You can't divorce and marry another. There's only one. There's only one Eibishter. There's only one. You can't replace it. There's one God, and that's all there is. This is it, Dafke. So Chas L'Shalom Hashem should give us this yenis. But this is the deal. This is the deal. When I was a kid and I complained, my father said to me, he's all Gesundsein. I was a bocher. I was complaining. I wish I had the tzaddis now that I had then that I was so complaining about. But I said to my father, this is not fair, and this is not fair, and this is not fair, this is not right, this is not fair, and I don't know why this is, da-da-da-da-da. Anyway, complaints never finish. So my father said to me when I had to stop for breathing, I had to catch my breath. He says to me, Yossi, this is a direct quote. This is from my own father who loves me very much. The Eibishter is going to squeeze you as much as he possibly can. Thank you very much for the wonderful counsel. The counsel is exactly what I wanted to hear. But it's the truth. Dafke. 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 And the avoid of a Yid is to live his life. And in living his life, the dafke, I'm not going to say the dafke makes sense. It never makes sense. But the dafke becomes manageable. Waiting for the dafke to adapt to you is stupid. Why? Because the Eibishter wird nicht nispal, you know what I'm saying? The Eibishter has dealt with bigger Rishoyim than us, bigger Chaleres than us, and if he didn't change the dafke for them, he's not changing the dafke for us. This is what it is. This is what it is. This is what it is. So to put it into a favorable note and to explain it in simple American language, everybody's got stuff. Everybody's got stuff. The Bochum have stuff, the Balabatim have stuff, the Tatas have stuff, everybody gets stuff. The avoid of each one of us is to serve Hashem mitoich simcha. What about this? The answer is dafke. You don't have to like dafke, but you got to deal with dafke. So I want to say l'chaim to Mendy Lieberman and to my acknowledgement that he was always good from the beginning. You know, I have a friend, he lives in South Florida. His name is Baruch Duchman. You know Baruch Duchman? I may get into trouble for saying this in public. I'm supposed to read this now? I don't know how to read English.
12 Tamuz.
Sorry?
Caravel kind.
Yeah. So Baruch Duchman, I was in his house. His father passed away very abruptly after Pesach in Tafshin Memtas, 1989. I don't know if you know the story that the Rebbe Simchas Torah, I remember it. The Rebbe was holding his kerchief. And if Saul Duchman used to get shikah Simchas Torah, he would say, L'chaim, if for that of you don't know who 770 was, there were not many moments when the Rebbe was an observer. Beklal, the Rebbe was busy. There were not many occasions the Rebbe stood and watched us. The occasion where we know most, with the Rebbe watching us, was by the parades, when the kids marched by and the Rebbe was looking at the children. But normally we were looking at the Rebbe. One of the rare occasions where the Rebbe was a spectator was Simchas Torah after Hallel. Simchas Torah we duchen in Shachris, so the Kohen can get chicken without any problems. That's the reason. And after we did Shachris and Yeduchen, and he said Hallel, in 770 there was a Kiddush. Now most of us didn't have any food to eat and nobody wanted to drink. But there were a few people in front of the shul, they got some mashke and some herring and people made Kiddush, and the Rebbe would stand and look at it. It was a very unusual scene. The Rebbe is standing, facing the crowd, people eating and drinking, and the Rebbe is looking at them. But at Simchas Torah, the Rebbe looks so beautiful, the Rebbe looks so happy, the Rebbe looks so tzugelazan. There's no way to translate tzugelazan in English. So disposed, so close. And people said l'chaim, they said l'chaim, the whole thing took 10 minutes. It was one of those rare occasions where people were performing and the Rebbe was watching. And then they would turn around, and then there was Ataresa, and then there was Akofis, and so on. Here's a Teira, Musaf. So Yisrael Duchman would always say l'chaim, he'd get shikir. He would make Chadash HaMashke, and the Rebbe would watch him, and the Rebbe liked him, he liked the Rebbe. The Rebbe liked him. Anyway, so Memtes, at some point, the Rebbe was holding a kerchief, and Yisrael Duchman made a terrible mistake of putting his hand out, and the Rebbe threw him the kerchief. Not a good sign. I know a guy who lives in Crown Heights, the Baal Tshuva, from San Francisco. So his shliach was Drizzen. This goes back to the 70s. So when he moved to Crown Heights, Chaim to Drizzen told him, I'm going to tell you two things. He says, number one, not all chassidim are like me. I'm just warning you, they're not like me. Number two, in Crown Heights, there's a Rebbe. The best thing that can happen to you is that the Rebbe should ignore you. If he notices you and he gives you attention, something is terribly wrong. If he ignores you, everything is good. So this guy told me, I came to Crown Heights and the Rebbe ignored me, he said, everything was good. The Rebbe throws you a kerchief, and you start Yenim Yom, then threw him a kerchief, and the next year happened with Hecht, They blew him a kiss. I remember. They're blowing him a kiss. Gedenkes. I remember they're blowing him a kiss in the Bakofis. I remember it.
Dreamed about it.
And then you start. He died. You saw the
dreamed about it the night before that.
Yo. Anyway, so when he passed away, it was a tragedy. He was 59 years old. So the whole family went by the Rebbe Mendel after Shiva. And he had a sister who was Mrs. Lipsky. She just passed away. She lived till 100. This is 35 years ago. And the whole family went by the Rebbe, and Baruch was going through whatever he was going through. God forgive me, Baruch, if I'm not supposed to tell the story in public, I'm on the internet, I'm sorry. They walked by the Rebbe, and his aunt says to the Rebbe that Baruch is going to try to be good. And the Rebbe says, Baruch is always good. Sometimes it doesn't. I forgot how the Rebbe worded it, but Amol Daf Sarois Kuma, Baruch is all good. The Rebbe said, he told it to me himself. They went by the Rebbe. If you know the exact Lashon, you can correct me. But his aunt said to the Rebbe, the Baruch is going to try to be a mensch. And the Rebbe said, Baruch is always good. The Rebbe then, Sadar love is vestated. We have to be misgaber. So here's the story. The story is, it's a waste of time to complain. You're right. You're really right. It's a waste of time. If the world was like this and like this, then I would be like this and like this. And for the Gemara, Dafke. That's it. One word, Dafke. 4 letters. God knows what He wishes. So Hashem has to give us all the wisdom and the humility and the wherewithal to deal with all the Dafkes. And to be Chassidish Yidden. Really. To take a proste cup mit nicht kein edle Sitten. Sitten, who heard of the word Sitten? Yeah. And be bewahrder. Und für the proste cup, für the gute cup, für the einfache Sitten, für the edle Sitten, we should be mentioned. We should serve Hashem. We should grow and grow and grow and serve Hashem and oisfer the kavana al yena. Dafke. And Mashiach will come and then there'll be a different Dafke. Then Yenus is not going to die. That's the story. There'll be a field marshal. It'll be balanced. And it'll be good. It'll be sustainable. But the Rebbe never stops. The Rebbe never says it's not fair. He never says it. He just keeps on trucking. That's his job. And that's our job. You understand, Nassim? I'm going to start calling you Nassim Bali Yisurim. Mamish, you don't mind the insult. It is an insult. It's a big insult. You don't know what Yisurim are. You don't know what Yisurim are. I don't know what Yisurim is.
You know who he was?
Who's him?
Barusura.
There's a lot about Yisurims.
Well, in Spa.
Yeah. He was a chassid al Rebbe.
Right. He received pity on Nefesh Kamo. You gave it to the other Rebbe. Rabbi Gafni said.
You have to say that again, please.
He could receive pity on Nefesh just the same way as giving it to the Alter Rebbe because there was such a distance.
He took Begenis. What was his first name? Rabbi Yossi, yeah.
And you can visit him after Hatzot on Friday.
You got to visit the Ohel, and that's all you got to do. Okay, I don't want to start trouble. Yeah, I'm a nice guy on occasion. L'chaim, everybody. L'chaim, v'lebracha. L'chaim. L'chaim. What are we going to sing? What are we going to sing now? L'chaim. No! Khalifa
fais lamai velo yaru eloi kim velo yaru Machmais pivu kerav leba ragudarav mishem and vehema psiches hashle. You see, Yisurim is a very subjective thing. Yisurim is a subjective thing. If it hurts you, it's Yisurim. I understand. And I'm acknowledging that. Ve'yata Elohim ta'irideim leveshachas. Ve'yata Elohim ta'irideim leveshachas. Anshe Damir. Rabbi say, could you sing? You're not going to become ois balabas if you participate in the singing instead of sitting here like clumps of clay. You'll still be a behemoth. You can sing, don't worry. What are you looking at me? No. I have a story. Okay, let's finish bringing a positive note. Eine fröhliche Stimmung. Ha. No.
Open for comments, or you want to close?
As you wish.
You can ask me.
Go ahead.
The Kasha on your answer. Everything we've been Farbrengen about tonight is contingent upon Hashem loves the Yidden. Hashem has a relationship with the Yidden that's beyond bounds, beyond anything. There's nothing that can get in the way of Hashem and his relationship with his children.
That's true.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Fabrengen about it, but it's true.
I mean, that's the Nakuda of all Chassidus. All Chassidus it comes down to the fact that the Yidden are Hashem's children.
It depends on what kind of Chassid you are. Another Chassid, the whole Chassidus comes down that I am a servant of God. So some Chassidim say that the point of Chassidus is that God loves us, which is true. Another Chassidim say the whole point of Chassidus is we are servants. Now that I interrupted you, continue asking your question.
It's the same thing. And my question doesn't change. My question is that I don't have I don't know how to put this in better words, but my complaint isn't against Hashem, so to speak. It's against what's happened to me in this world. What's happened to me in this world by people.
It's his fault. It's all him.
It makes it even worse.
Yep.
It's even worse.
Yep.
It's even worse.
Yep. There've been people around for 5,000 years.
And at the end of the day, they're still Jews. At the end of the day,
you see, but at the end of the day,
at the end of the day, you still get to say, you know, I'm a Yid. Hashem loves me no matter what.
No, but you also said something else.
What?
I gotta live my life.
But what if I can't even say that? What if I can't even say the first
There's no such thing.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No way. No way. For you, it's not true. For you, it's not true.
If it wasn't true, then it wouldn't be. That's what dafka means. I got the same complaint.
No, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
No, you don't.
How do you know?
There's no one who questions if you're a Yid or not. There's no one who says you may or may not be a Jew. There's no one who says that. You're born to a Jewish mother? Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, you already have more than me. You already have what I can't even have. I'll never have that. I was not born to a Jewish mother. I will never have that. And so now I have all these machloikis over who says that my based in is good. I had a based in of Orthodox Rabbanim. I had 3 Orthodox rabbis, but because of this or because of that, because of this and that. Over here this, over here that, this and that. But at the end of the day, I don't have the same thing that you have. At the end of the day, I cannot.
You have a different situation than I have.
Of course. That's
But
what
all
I'm
of us have one issue. We don't like the hand we were dealt.
True.
And the answer is?
Mine's dependent on other people, and yours is
you're
not
dependent upon the Eibishter.
Blame the Eibishter. Blame him.
No,
Blame
I'm
him.
not blaming the Eibishter. I am empowering you, not blaming the Eibishter.
I can't get people to do anything for me. I can't change what
I
people
don't
decide
know.
to do.
I don't know what your situation is, and I don't know if this is the time and place to have this conversation.
Of course, it's probably not. It never
but
is.
the word is azoy.
Yeah.
What's a second? What's a second?
It's never the correct time. It's never the correct place. I know.
Rabbi Emmanuel Stopper, as a yid, nicht kein yid.
Yeah.
So that's it. Conversation over.
I wish.
What does that mean? I wish.
I wish.
What does that mean? I wish. What does that mean? I wish. What does that mean? I wish. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I wish.
What do you wish?
That, what you just said right
He
now.
said you're a Jew, you're a Jew. Finish it.
What
does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Depending on who you ask.
I'm asking him.
Of course.
And that's it.
You ask my rabbi,
That's it. Conversation over. That's it.
I wish.
No. Ohel say the same.
I wish.
So here, what's your first name? What's your first name? What is your first name?
Yehuda Tzvi.
Yehuda Tzvi. What's important? I'll tell you.
My important is my relationship with the Eibishter is contingent upon what?
No, it's
Absolutely.
not. No, it's not.
Absolutely.
No. Your relationship with the Eibishter is contingent.
It's not true.
Upon you developing a relationship with the Eibishter.
For 10 years, I was told, Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Go ahead, do it. 10 years. 10 years. 10 years.
Again, I don't know your situation.
No, I know. I'm telling you. So then I did Garrus.
Okay.
And then according to some is good. According to some is.
I don't know what that means.
No, I know. I don't either. That's what I'm telling you.
So then why don't you leave it alone? So leave it alone.
Because it's not my kasha. It's not my problem. It's everyone else's problem.
So then, if that's your problem, then what's the problem?
Because I live in a world full of other people. I live in a world where other people's opinions matter. It's not just what I think. It's not just what this person is. It's contingent upon other people. I live in a world.
Everybody has exactly the same situation.
Okay.
He has his personal phone number. Paltiel's always available for
no problem. It's not time. No, I get it.
He'll take the phone.
It's not the time. It's not the place.
You have a rub here.
I'll say you can edit it later. You can edit it later. Whatever. Yeah.
Oh, I don't care about the edit.
Whatever. Whatever. I know. I just couldn't take it anymore.
Never retired.
I couldn't handle it anymore. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't just sit here anymore. I can't. Your answer is not it wasn't good to me, so that's it. So I said something, that's it. Whatever.
I would repeat myself if you'd listen. But if you're going to argue, I'm not going to bother. So tell me if I should repeat myself.
You can just rewind the tape.
I'm asking you a question. Should I repeat myself or shall I leave it alone?
I'll listen.
That there's politics in this world, I know. If according to halacha you're a yid, the politics makes it uncomfortable. But it doesn't change it. That means, this is the important thing. My answer is, it's not my answer, I don't think it's my answer, because if it's my answer, it's not worth anything. It's the meaning of this letter that I read, Dafke, is each person, you say you're different than everybody else. Your particular is different than everybody else. But the truth that each one of us says, if my situation was different, then I'd be different, is a constant. It doesn't change. All of us have the same issue. We have a complaint, and it's a complaint to the Eibishter. You're saying it's not the Eibishter, it's politics. Okay, the Eibishter created politics too. Your choice is not to define yourself by it. Your choice is to define yourself by what you could do. It's an option. It's an option. It's painful. It's painful. I understand that it's painful. But it's your choice. And that's what's the most important thing.
Hey, Jew boy. Hey, Jew boy.
I had a situation years ago with a friend, a student of mine, who was a Ger Tzedek, and he married a girl from a very choshev mishpacha, from a very rich, very honorable family. I got to turn this off, okay. So his grandfather called me up, his wife's grandfather called me up, and said to me, you know, this guy is marrying my granddaughter. I wanted to go back to the mikveh table again. This is not online, right? This is not online? Is this online?
Yeah.
Are we on the internet?
Yeah.
Turn it off.
Pause. Just tell we're pausing it just for.
Tell me when I can.
Tell you one thing, at this table you're fully accepted.
If this table ran the world, that'd be fine.
This table is the world.
Oh, what are you doing here? Vacation?
Yeah, vacation. Why not?
Shalom Aleichem.
2 months I left in Gaza. It's on vacation. What was the story with Hbur? He said that when you come back to the Rebbe, so Rebbe told him that Meshveh.
Geschicht Menschen in Wie kennst du bei mir beten von halb nach rechts?
Und das was? Dann bin ich mit dir. Ich habe das zu gedanken. Gut.
That's the story that I read.
Oh, you read it?
Yeah, I read it. Hirschberg said,
was er Moment?
I have an acquaintance, his name is Hirschel Rask. I have a friend, his name is Hirschel Rask. He's a nephew of Adin from Montreal. He's a nephew, his mother is an Adin. Adin Steinsalt's his wife. So he came to Montreal, he would stay in his house. No, in Rask. So after Gimel Tamuz, he came to Montreal. So he said to Hirschel, he wants to go split to Hirschberg. So he took him along. He went with him. So you imagine, the boychers, Adin, he was there. He was there after the blue Alteira. Hirschsprung, no, weil die Stein sind.
Die Schalze ist Auto. Oh, die Schalze die kommen zu Montreal.
Die sind bei mir Stub. Ja. Gebeten, und bitte ich von mir nur, ich wird alle Hirschsprung. Für die Brüder, wo ihr schon beschäftigt, wie ich schief. שהגיעו לרבא. כשהגיעו לרבא, נעשה שקט. זה לא ידבר, לא ישו שם ככה זמן רב. אמר הירשפלום, זה שהרבא היה גאון, אנחנו יודעים ואנחנו מכירים. אבל שסבל על שכמותיו, כל העולם כולו, זה אנחנו לא יכולים. zu den Herren. זה רב ראשי?
הייתי עכשיו חודשיים וחצי מאז. הייתי בתוך לוחם בצבא. הגיע אייל ורד. אייל ורד זה אלף רבונים. מאוד מעריכים אותם שם אצל ספר לי סיפור. מתי שהוא נהיה רב ראשי, מבקש מאיזה ברוז, מבקש שלו, מבקש לאיזה ברוז.
כפר חב"ד.
יש כפר חב"ד. יישוב דוד.
אבל הוא כותב לי כפר חב"ד.
כן, מבקש ממנו, בכיס של הרבי, בכיס קדש. כמובן לא הביא. טוב, שבירה, מה, בכיס קדש של הרבי, הוא אומר, כשהייתי רב שכונה, כשהייתי רב שכונה, רבים גבורנה רב שכונה, אז זוג את הספורים, השייל לבוס הכתב, כתב ביזו, השבס, הלך שבס, איש ואיש, זה משהו, כשהייתי ראש השיבה, הלכתי לקופצי פורשים, משקופ, סטוריטרופ, פסקסיישן, חיפשתי ספרים שנוגעים לעניין. מתי עכשיו שהייתי רב ראשי לישראל, אני מקבל שאלות מכל העולם, כל מיני דברים. חיפשתי איך אני יכול, איזה ספרים יכול לעזור לי. לא מצאתי רק של הרב פסקלש, שנוגע בכל העניינים שבעולם. בכל דבר שיש, בכל נושא שהוא, הרב מדבר עם פסקלש. אז אני רוצה עכשיו טוב רב ראשי לישראל, אני צריך משהו לעזר, אני צריך פסקלש של הרב.
מי שמעת את הסיפור?
אייל ורד. הוא רב דתי לאומי.
יש כמה רב שם.
אני בכלל. הוא עדיין, אני לא חושב לבד שם. ישבנו בעזה. ודיברנו קצת, חברים, זה מה יעשה? רב שקר.
מאוד מעניין.
הוא אומר, עכשיו נהייתי רב ראשי לישראל, אני צריך משהו שמקיף את כל העניינים, אז אני צריך טקס כזה של הרב שמדבר על כל נושא.
מדבר על כולם.
על כל נושא, על כולם. היה מה שספרת עכשיו עם הדרגיישן הישראלי שהגיע בסקסטיירן?
תושב מדבר.
אז מה הם אמרו? שהרב אמר להם שהבעיה
שהמנהיגים הם יותר מדי זקנים.
מה הם אמרו? אנחנו יודעים במה?
שהם החליטו להחליף 40% של הג'נרל סטאפ בצעירים. אבל הרב זה לא מספיק.
מה במפסוריק?
I love one that has those. There's, if you know what my favorite one is.
What? The jackfruit.
No, yellow dragon.
Not a fig.
I don't know what it is.
It's not a fig.
I don't know.
It's raw. It's Mexican raw.
These are 8s or donuts?
8s. No, 8s. I think it's 8s. Rabbi, look at this thing.
Nesrig.
Not necessary.
Thank you, Yosef.
What is this, experiments? Yeah.
It's a Yom Tov, right?
Well, the shaila is it make a shachayanu on it.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I never even seen
They hella told us what man to do Shafian on these days.
On fruit?
Ohel said everything is available all year round, season-wise.
What you Rosh Hashanah?
You make it, then you have it in mind that it's not a year. None of, I don't know. If I heard right. They made it
I think your deep dark colors just got stained. Why? Why? Just because.
Well, the Tzemach Tzedek says Shafian was never bracha level told.
I know you were on mine.
What?
Yeah, like 50 people.
I'm not saying any FBI secrets.
Even Rabbi Yochanan said, "Laying was time."
Yeah.
So if you can say it, I can say it.
Just say Mike for president. Yeah.
I should say what?
You got one? I have this over here. You don't get to put it over there. Yeah, over here. You can't really wash it. Yeah, wash it. Yeah. You asked
Why not?
He says yes. I have a suffix.
Abdel, you would eat a mamzer, like a real mamzer. What would you tell me if he starts complaining?
No, he's right. He's not complaining. But here's the question. Is it helpful to him to complain? But I can't be the one to. The Rebbe met all kinds of people. There are not too many people that the Rebbe had Rahman
says.
The Rebbe always
demand.
He always made people see their possibility, not their liability. Not why it's a Rahmanas on them, but what they could do. So now, you could look at it as being mean.
I don't think
as being insensitive. But the Rebbe was giving them purpose, direction.
Good question.
You don't gain anything by being a Nebuch case.
What if the future of your life is based on the situation?
That's what his time is.
And I'm saying, when you say that mamzer.
Mine's better. Mine's better than a mamzer. At least mine can change. At least mine's in the power of other people. Mamzer, no matter what it is, he's a mamzer. So I gotta have a specific base to say that my yours is good for it to be accepted wherever, Eretz Yisrael, wherever. Mamzer is a mamzer. He's my guess. I guess I should go for bringing mamzer. I'd be happy. Yeah. See, at least I can do something about mine. I don't even know if back to your kasha on the. I remember we had that rabbi who came and you asked the kasha. Why do you say a bracha? Exactly.
Why is it if it's talking what he said, then why you don't say Shazar?
Same thing. And I'm telling you, the same thing they say by Garrett. Same thing. They say that really it's like a higher source, but no one treats you like that, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I don't care what people say. I care how people treat me. But what do I care what people say? You say whatever you want. How you treat me, that's the. I say.
I live in a person lives in this world.
So it's good and theoretical is good.
He said totally not right yet. He said space could be divided infinitely. In theory, but practically not.
Give me that fruit. This is a fig.
This is guava.
It's fresh or it's hard.
It tastes like you're supposed to smell it.
It's called Mexican guava.
What's this? What's this?
These are.
What's one?
This is a mango.
I've had mango before. So
I did not put it out. Yosef Kastenberg put it out. Yosef Kastenberg put it out.
It went from like
I had no prior knowledge of this, but I think it's a nice thing. Thank you.
This is another
This is our fate.
We need to open that one. I want to open that one. That one's crazy.
It's displayed every single year. Yes, this cabinet.
And it looks like bad.
It gets littler and littler.
The whole cabinet.
You got it in a fruit mood or something?
Like
What's a fruit mood?
the best years is
They say it is young. It's supposed to make shachianu.
Oh, you may.
yeah, they give
Snails, almonds. We need a real name.
Careful.
I think it's gonna go one more round.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Speak one more time, right?
There's like 50 people.
We have 50 people online.
You liked it?
I think we should close with something different. No? 1 second.
You like it, Rabbi?
Emmanuel, why don't you say something?
Huh?
Oh, what is that? Here's
Who didn't make shachianu? You have a chance right now.
you should make the shachianu when the fruit is whole, if you could. Before you cut it, if you could.
When it's old.
Okay.
You have a sign there.
Rabbi, did you like the guava thing?
You have 48 viewers.
You're 40. You want to say something before? Yeah.
I don't think I'm that good.
I'll be quiet, don't worry.
That's not what you say, it's what you're thinking.
Don't worry, I'm still your biggest fan. I've listened to you every day for 2 years. I enjoy your.
How are you?
I want to try it, but I want to admit that I'm scared to try it.
Good, very good.
Take care of you, man.
You tasted it?
2 years ago, you drove me home in the middle of the night. So Leib Chaim was last Shabbos in our house. Your nephew.
Yeah.
Goes to fourth.
Good boy.
He's amazing.
I use it.
So your older brother, his Shved, became a big tzaddik lately. He's been oil all the time.
And he remembers all the stories of the Rebbe.
It looks like it's alive.
He's always there.
No, I need a fork.
So he has a lot of moments. He asked the Rebbe once for a bottle of wine.
Never gave?
Yeah.
Mashka, the Rebbe gave him dollars for his business. The Rebbe told him to put by my niece's crib a chitas and a pushka.
Yeah.
So she'll be.
It smells really
good. She did.
She's a tzaddikus.
Like either good cheese.
She's made from different material. She's made from different stuff.
She's comes from my mother. She's a replica of my
Direct.
Yeah. My mother took care of her.
Your mother's gerangelegt.
My mother basically raised her exactly like her. You know? When she was 7 years old, 8 years old, my mother used to go to.
I'm trying to not put my fork in so I can pass it on.
No, she's my niece. She's like my little sister almost. My niece.
Right.
Her Emunah, her first cousin, made her Ari's son.
Now Walker gets some seeds.
10. So
How many years younger than you are they?
10. 10, 11 years old. They're the same age.
Wow, that's very good.
So, whatever, we used to go, hang out with them. So my mother,
Yeah, let's off to the next
she
one.
went and she
Grab
sent
out some
mail
seeds like this. They're really,
to
really
her
young.
mother's house to send her the school. No, the camp. Not the Lubavitch. Not the, I don't know what it's called. The girls' camp.
It's really good.
Girls' camp. It's famous.
It's sweet. Has like a tinginess.
So, and then she started calling her up and led her into the conversation about it. Oh, it's such a good idea. And that's how she started going.
I'm pretty sure I had that by Rosh Hashanah.
Just eat it. Just eat it.
Rosh Hashanah
It's
is,
so good.
It's way after the season. I'm pretty sure. No?
She has a special neshama.
Yeah, so you want to like cut off half of this?
I'm tired. She's replica my mother.
It looks like instead of a rat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's hamburger every day.
Your mother took a lot of garbage.
Huh?
Your mother took a lot of garbage.
We eat the seeds.
I can't even get.
See, let me help you. Let me help you.
Are you the youngest?
Second.
Who's the youngest?
My mother never left. My parents never left that initial Marshall stage because they lived in Flatbush. So I always lived in the bubble of Lubavitch and Yiddishkeit.
Had, but they raised you. Baruch Hashem. They raised you.
Do you know how my mother came to Lubavitch?
Did you eat it? Did you
The
taste it?
World's Fair.
Wait. No, sir, bring it here. Let me do it.
You just have to slurp the whole thing.
No, I came on this side. Snare, wait. Lamir. Yes.
Little Quincy.
Drink that. It's really good. If I can tell you one thing, I tasted this. This is good.
And Rebbe told them, they said that it wasn't too expensive. Rebbe told them it's too expensive.
Make shachianu,
The Rebbe said to Moses and Nadikov that you're not going to tell me how to spend my money. Whoever doesn't like it can have a refund.
You ever had it? You seen this? Have you had it? Something that looked like this?
From this World Fair. For years, they never heard anything about it. This was the first story.
I'm sure there's more.
I ate it just before.
She lived in Philadelphia. Your mother lived in Philadelphia.
Springfield.
Never mind. I'm gonna keep it.
She learned Rabbi Edelman? She learned Rabbi Edelman? She learned by Rabbi Edelman?
Like she couldn't become from Edelman. Like Mom's was fear. Then when she went back to Springfield, she started. He was like my grandfather when I was growing up. He was like,
No kidding.
This is birth.
And like a little tinge of like citrusy inside. It was citrusy. Wow, it's really,
We used
really
to go every summer. We used to hang out.
Yeah, thank you.
You know the story when they came to the Rebbe the first time? Frida Rebbe.
Who, your parents?
No, Rabbi Edelman.
No.
He went into
He came from Baltimore.
When he was going back to Baltimore, it was either before Tisha, before Pesach, I don't remember which one it was. So he went into the Rebbe for the first time. And the Rebbe asked him, what did you learn in Lubavitch? So he said, So he said, you mean Gemara? So the Rebbe said, Gemara is a gleich chazach. But how do you say, Amen Yesh Meirava? That's the story. And he says, so what does that mean? What do you think the Rebbe meant?
Yeah, Rabbi Storfer, what are we doing?
He was a shliach of the Rebbe his whole life.
It's very,
Frida
very
Rebbe.
I'm saying the Frida Rebbe.
I was in Springfield. His daughter lives there, his youngest daughter.
Yeah.
And she was describing to me Vifut Tzaras in the house.
Rabbi, you have an audience. They want closing remarks.
The Frida Rebbe sent him before they were going to throw Lubavitch at Springfield.
The Rashak called him. You should go in the middle of the night from Boston to Springfield.
The Frida Rebbe asked the Rashak for a list.
Yeah, those seeds
of all the people who can go.
Eat the seeds.
Right.
And he circled his name.
Yeah.
And he told him to go.
Yeah. He called in the middle of the night and said, "Go now."
I think it was like his
just he was on the
phone. He walked in the yeshiva. There's one expression that Rebbe told me gave me nachas, and one was like he poured cold water on a tire.
On the tire.
You don't want
the
the
feeder
skin.
cable told him.
You just want the
Yeah,
skin.
he called him up first. He went into the yeshiva. 19 years old. He said, "I'm the principal there." There was somebody there.
It's really
before,
good, right?
basically
Goldstein.
school. Huh? Yeah, and they basically they were throwing him out.
Snagged him, ran him over like a truck.
So when he came in, he told them, "No one's talking to him. I'm the
This is
principal."
okay. It's good.
So
Yeah.
I called the Rebbe back. He said, "I got the school secure." I don't remember which one.
Why
I
does
told the
everybody
person
have
which
to
one said
say
something.
I'll ask him.
And he
Well,
said,
no one even
the
tried
Rebbe
except
told me
Rabbi
to give
Storm.
you
He's the only
nachas,
one that can say it's
or he
that.
told me to
I
pour
couldn't
one
get a
of
good
those.
bite.
think
I got like
Oh,
three
you couldn't
seeds.
get a good bite. You had like
Then
a
he
whole.
told the Rebbe,
There's
like 2
three
weeks
seeds.
later,
Are there still people on?
I ate for man. There's still 10 seeds
Huh?
in here.
Springfield secure, it's ours
Tell
if
him,
we
yeah.
want it. Never said give me nachas. That was a Thursday. Wanted to go for Shabbos, but he was afraid to leave, and that was his spot.
He was in Springfield Shabbos.
He was in Springfield his spot.
It's hard to get the rest out. They don't come out.
And then I guess Sunday he went to the.
I can't
He used to
even eat
buy
it.
a car that was a little bit nicer because he used to drive the Rebbe home after Yichud.
Howard Ever.
Yeah.
Well, he lived in Springfield when he went.
When he was in Springfield, the Rebbe.
Women they
He
can.
had
Women they
his
can.
yeshiva
That's what I
was
want
next
to
to
know.
a
Women they
next
can.
to a gas station.
Ken?
Can.
The guy that
Oh, that guy.
Wanted to
Yeah,
sell
yeah,
it,
yeah.
And he couldn't find
I
a
have no
buyer.
idea what happened to
He
Ken.
drove into the Rebbe. It was 1950.
I need to find this one. I need to get
Finishing
the
with
The first year of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe basically like raised his hand like, don't even say anything else. He drove back to Springfield. There's a woman standing on the door with an envelope of money. She wanted to buy the house. Her father-in-law was a super wealthy guy. She came from Chicago. She
The
needs
most
to live in
you
a
do is like
walking
3
distance of
seeds.
stores.
Like, what am I-
He's like, you know, it's a school. I don't care. Next to that, I don't care. Paid him top dollar. Bought the house. He came back.
Makes it too complicated.
So he was able to buy another building, in other words.
Yeah, he came back at 6 in the morning, whatever it was.
The lady was waiting for him.
The lady was waiting on the steps.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Stories like these are
Yeah. So I heard it from him, you know.
Joseph, what's the name of this fruit?
Passion fruit.
I like it.
Old Dafka. The bottom line is Dafka. What does Dafka stand for? I think you should make us a bumper sticker, Dafka.
You have to read the letter.
Oh, so what's the v'chein?
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, enough. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Everyone waiting for you to wrap it up. Like an
Come on,
hour.
Ariel, please. Is there a kohen who washed? Is there a kohen who washed? Is there a kohen who washed? Rabbi Yossi Paltiel.
Twice if I answer to a different you.
Did you wash?
And
Did you wash?
everyone can, who washed and we're making, who can answer?
Yeah. I already benched.
If I already answer, can I answer nothing?